Yo, back for a little bit more truck driver and yeah, just some chill out time. Not in the feeling great actually, if I'm honest. I mean, I've just looking at the news of the world is it's just bleak. I caught three news articles that I mainly got sort of read in depth. One was about Prince Andrew. I mean, that's just pretty bleak, isn't it? The other one was then about the UK and US bombing the Houthis in Yemen, which is just like, oh God, you know what I mean? Like, here we are, the wealthiest nation, supporting the Israeli genocide of one of the most oppressed people in Gaza, and it's just like, and then, I don't know. It's just bleak, And when you look at the depth of what's going on, and it's like, so we weren't civilian targets, these container ships. They were just manned by ex-military, ex-UK military, like senior staff. It's just like, what the fuck is going on in the world? And then finished off with part of a documentary on Andrew Tate, and it's just like, by that point, I was well depressed. I was just like, you know what? Like, it's just Jesus Christ. And the other part of my time, I've been watching Star Trek, which is like the opposite end. It's this like egalitarian, almost perfect society, if you know what I mean, where people are no longer motivated by money and greed and things like that, but by like the benefit of humanity. And it's just like, oh God, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I grew up with, the Star Trek principle of like what life would involve, what the pursuit of knowledge or whatever it is. And then like in reality, no, we're just like uncivilized and barbaric, aren't we, as a species? Like, I mean, it only takes a small minority to be like that, but you know. So I just thought I'd chill out and do a bit of truck driving really again, and just escapism this time. This is the first time it's really felt escapism. Maybe playing this game is always going to be escapism. I don't know, but I mean, is escapism so bad? To escape into some fictional novel or computer game. I mean, is it all not just escapism? I don't know, but so I'm going to just chill out and do some truck driving and listen to the radio, I think. Um, I'll listen to a program that was recommended to me by a neighbour a year or two ago. So it went on the list, but I never really got around to it. It's called Fugue State, and it's by Julian Simpson. So I don't think I've listened to it. Hopefully not. So I'll have a listen to that.
Just after 7. Meanwhile, a little later this evening, Evan Davis will be here.
This week on The Bottom Line, we ask a very basic question. What do people who work in finance actually do? Create a better society or create smoke and mirrors? Can you, for example, take a herd of cows, create some kind of financial device, call it a cow bond, that makes a better herd of cows than you had before? Or have you simply wasted time that should have been spent looking after the cows? Join me, Evan Davis, as we dig deep into the manure of financial engineering on The Bottom Line. This evening at 8:30, and then available on the BBC Radio 4 website.
But now to our drama, which was conceived at the Wellcome Trust BBC Radio 4 Experimental Stories Workshop, in which original drama ideas were created from science.
The patient is in a fugue state.
Can he hear us?
We believe so, but he can't respond.
You believe so?
The EEG measures brain activity. We've noticed increased activity when there are people talking in the room.
How long will it last?
Days? Years? There's no way of knowing.
But there's no damage?
Brain damage? No. Not that we can tell. If he regains full consciousness, He may well be fine.
There is an ongoing situation here, but the department won't let me act until they know what happened to this man.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, tell me something, Dr. Fallon. If I wanted someone to throw their hands up and tell me to wait and see, I could have put my man in any number of clinics. He's here because you're supposed to be a little more imaginative.
There are... any intervention at this stage could have catastrophic results for the patient.
That's more like it. What did you have in mind?
Not here. Let's discuss this in my office.
Fugue State by Julian Simpson.
This is Dr. Fallon. We've moved you into a soundproofed room because we're going to try to bring you out of the state you're in. We believe you can hear us. Or at least, we believe that your brain is registering audio inputs. We're going to try to use sound to coax your brain into recreating some memories.
Okay, I'm nearly set. A couple of minutes.
Say what?
Is this going to work?
I've no idea. But we know that the brain creates its model of the world based on sensory inputs, sight, sound, touch, taste and smell. You can fool the brain by messing around with those inputs. Optical illusions and so on. The only input we have in this instance is the patient's hearing. If we can prompt his brain to create a model of the world based on sound, then we might be able to have him retrace his steps.
You're going to have him relive whatever happened to him?
Not immediately. We'll need some lead up.
Will that just double the effect of it?
His brain has basically shut down. If you imagine it like a computer, it's received some kind of overload of information or an amount of the wrong kind of information, and it's frozen. If we can get it to rerun the events leading up to that, we might be able to get it to process the information differently a second time around.
And how do we know if it's working?
We don't. I mean, we don't know precisely. We have the EEG, which can give us some indication of what the brain is doing. If we can induce a dream state, that would be a start.
Through sound?
Simon here is a neurobiologist specialising in how the brain processes and responds to sound inputs.
Hi.
He's got a huge library of sound files, but we need your help. You know where the patient was?
That's classified.
We just need audio hooks. Something the patient's brain can latch onto that will induce memory, like a particular sound or piece of music. Was there a briefing?
There was.
Where did that take place?
That's also classified.
I understand. But we have to find something to work with. How did he get to the briefing?
By car?
Was he driving?
No, he was in the back. He was driven from London.
Into the countryside?
Yes.
What kind of car?
I don't know. A Mercedes, probably. New one.
And to get to this place, you come off the road, onto a driveway?
Yes. Gravel.
And how long is it?
I don't know. 100 yards. And there's a cattle grid.
That's a good detail.
At the beginning of the drive?
Just after it starts, 10 yards or so.
What do you reckon?
Well, it's something.
All right. Let's see if this starts to get us somewhere.
Here we are, sir.
Something happened there. The EEG showed his brain starting to participate for the last few seconds. I think he was reliving it. Okay, we need more. We need to give him more of a push so that the momentum carries him back into his memory. This house, where the briefing took place, where is it?
I can't tell you that.
If we're going to carry on, this is actually working.
So you say. All I can see is some EEG reading, which means nothing to me.
Well, I'm telling you, his brain started doing something else then. Initially, we were seeing strong readings on the theta and gamma signals, which suggests he was processing incoming signals, the sound. But then at the end, there was a spike in the beta wave, which is, well, it's top down. He was making predictions. He was starting to work with the sound inputs to create a model of the world. And if we want him to make a proper leap back into his memory, We need to give him a longer run-up.
Dr. Fallon.
I'm asking you questions about sound. Was it on the flight path? Is there a road nearby that might be noisy?
This is information that could be used to look... Look, is this man even cleared for...
Simon has Foxtrot clearance for the purposes of this exercise.
That's for the purposes... It's not on the flight path. There's a motorway about a quarter of a mile away.
And this is during the day?
No, it was the evening, about 8 o'clock.
Simon?
Well, the owl's a bit much.
There it is.
Sorry.
The motorway should be quieter.
Rain?
Yes.
All right, so you get out of the car and you walk across the drive. Are there steps?
The stone steps, 4 of them.
And what kind of shoes was the guy wearing?
No, leather ones, black leather.
And then there's a door.
The door would already have been opened. And then you walk into a hall, stone floors.
Big place, echoey.
Double height, yes. The briefing was in a room at the back.
Smaller room.
Yes, wood panelled and double glazed. It's very quiet.
Okay. Well, this only takes us so far. The briefing itself's a problem.
Is it? Is the briefing a problem, Mr. Johnson?
I gave the briefing.
Oh, then your voice. You can do it again.
No.
As I said, Simon has Foxtrot clearance.
Yes. This briefing was for a higher clearance level.
Fine. Simon can set the soundscape up and press play before he leaves the room.
You're not cleared, Dr. Fallon.
I'm cleared for Delta Protocol.
Even that is not sufficient.
What level was the briefing?
I'm afraid you're not even cleared to know the name of the clearance level.
Well, this is a problem.
Indeed.
Although the problem isn't my clearance level, really, is it? It's yours.
How so?
The department needs me to bring your man back. You're not sufficiently senior to grant me the authorization required to do that.
Well...
Why don't you get your boss on the phone? Yeah.
Here we are, sir.
There's somebody else broken down now.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Johnson is expecting you in the Red Room.
Sure nobody's coming.
Right. You both now have Blue Legacy clearance. You'll have to amend all the paperwork on the project accordingly. You're up. What? Oh. Right.
Okay.
Okay. There you are. He was dawdling at the door. I remember because I was finishing some notes.
No, don't narrate. Just...
Right. Yes. Well, come in then. Have a seat. We have a developing situation, and the department's HR division has flagged you as our most appropriate asset for this. I understand your background is astrophysics.
I don't know if you can ask him a question.
Well, then what... I'm trying to recall the briefing as best I can.
How's the EEG?
Yeah, it's holding.
Then I think it's fine. Just make sure you give him space to answer.
Is he answering?
Well, if he is, that might really hook him in.
May I...
Sorry. Yes, carry on.
Right. Do you know what a numbers station is? Shortwave radio stations. They broadcast from all over the world. Recordings of Morse code, number sequences, that sort of thing. It's said that they're hangovers from the Cold War. A way for various intelligence services to communicate with agents in the field. The truth... well, you're not actually cleared for what the truth is. What's germane to our discussion is that a new number station started broadcasting yesterday afternoon from within the UK. I have a recording of...
Stop.
What is it?
What happened?
We lost him. The EG just dipped out like he'd suddenly woken up from a dream.
He's woken up?
No, he hasn't. I mean, he's gone back to how he was. The fugue
It's
state.
an arrow.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, you were about to play him the
Well,
recording.
the recording's nothing, though. It's just numbers and gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook that's above our clearance level.
In this instance, the recording has gone all the way to the top, and I'm assured no one can make head nor tail of it. That's why we were sending our man in.
Why him?
He has a background in astrophysics. There was a theory that some of the numbers had astronomical significance.
Significant how? Or was that above our clearance?
No. Well, yes. But I was going to say I don't fully understand it. Ignorance is a far more effective barrier than official clearance sometimes.
Okay, so...
I want to hear the recording.
The recording is outside the remit of...
Not if the notion of hearing that recording shut him down. In reality, he heard that recording at the briefing.
Yes.
And then did he hear it again in the field?
We don't know. We don't know what happened in Pleasant Green.
Pleasant Green?
That's the name of the village.
Yeah, that was on the radio. They've sealed it off. Some kind of gas leak?
There isn't a gas leak.
So what is it really?
We don't know. No one who's gone in there has come out again. We can't make contact with anyone in the village. Aerial reconnaissance shows no movement on the streets. We've quarantined the area.
So how did your guy get out?
Eyewitnesses from one of the medical teams say he walked out towards them in some kind of a daze and then collapsed.
If there's no movement within the village, that would suggest that everyone there is in the same state as the patient.
That would be my guess.
Can't you get in closer with a drone or whatever?
We've lost 2 drones so far. As soon as they drop below 500 feet, something interferes with the electrics and they lose power.
And this is an ordinary village. It's not a military testing ground or the scene of some clandestine experiment.
It's an ordinary village. 48 hours ago, the only people who'd heard of it were the people who lived there.
And then this number station started broadcasting out of the blue.
Yes?
So you sent your guy in?
Yes.
Why did you send him in alone? Why not send a team?
Because we didn't know who was broadcasting. One stranger in a village doesn't attract too much attention. A team might have spooked whoever was behind the broadcast.
You've heard the broadcast?
Yep.
And you're fine?
Yes, I'm fine, and he was fine after I played it to him.
What did he say about it?
He said he'd need to take the numbers apart in greater detail after he returned from the mission. He was worried about a sound at the end.
What sound?
There's something at the end of the recording. It actually sounds like a mess-up, as if the tape got chewed up or something. Although it's not clear if it was recorded on tape, of course. He seemed to think the sound might turn out to be relevant.
So this is odd, really. So this guy sounds like he's in ICU, and the MOD have commissioned a doctor and somebody else to like bring him back consciously or something, and they're doing that by building a soundscape around the events just before he seemed to have had some form of trauma or loss of consciousness, etc. And this head MOD guy is talking now about number stations, which is a bit odd, but something I took an interest in a while ago. These like little, nobody never knows what they were, but they used to just broadcast somebody reading out numbers. It was like 1, 2, 2, 7, 5, like that, and they were darted around. You know, we tracked. You know, we sort of triangulated some to be in the UK, some to be in Europe, some to be in Russia. They believed it was to do with spies during the Cold War, and them either receiving or giving instructions back or whatever. But nobody ever knows. Could just be a hoax, you know, a bit like crop circles or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, so that's what I've got the impression is going on so far. I don't think this was the program that my neighbour recommended me. Actually, I think that was like a multi-part series. So don't know, but it's got state in the title of the program. Okay, I recognise some of the actors as well in this. I can't quite put the names, but so I do. I can see the faces anyway.
We need to hear the recording. I think it may have triggered this somehow. Maybe there are some sound frequencies that can interfere with brain function, or...
Then why didn't I slip into a coma when I heard it?
It's not a coma.
Oh, you know what I mean.
I don't know. Perhaps it worked in concert with something else. Something that happened in the village. And that's why it's affected the people within the village, but no one who's heard it from outside. We need to send him back to there. But I want to hear that recording first.
Yeah, there's always a jingle accompanying these numbers.
1, 4,
Oh, yeah, that's one of them.
3, 4, 9, 5, 2. Five, 1, 4, 8, 3, 3, 4, 9, 5, 2.
That's it. It just loops.
What do the numbers mean?
Well, on most of these things, they're thought to be some kind of code.
But this one is different.
That's why we called the patient in for his background in astrophysics. There's a theory, and it is only a theory.
Go on.
There's a minor dwarf planet on the Kuiper belt called Haumea. In astronomical units, Haumea's orbit around the Sun is described with an aphelion of 51.483 and a perihelion of 34.952.
Seriously?
I'm not an astrophysicist.
But someone higher up in the department believes that this is what the numbers refer to.
The New Horizons probe cleared Pluto a few months ago.
And what? The little green men on Haumea can now see it with their telescopes, so they thought they'd get in touch.
What do you want me to say?
Well, I want you to say no, that'd be ridiculous. Of course we don't think that.
Fine, but I have an agent in a coma.
It's a fugue state.
Quite possibly along with the entire population of that village. A village that currently fries any electronic equipment that goes near it.
Your equipment is being fried by an electromagnetic pulse.
And the broadcast?
Well, the broadcast's a hoax. Someone messing about. At worst, it's some espionage nonsense.
Well, let's hope.
Well, there's one way to find out. We bring him out of this state and we ask him.
It's driving
We
at
need to
12
get
miles
back
an
to
hour.
this. We need him to relive the experience of going into the village. Mr. Johnson, Simon's going to need everything you can tell him about how your agent got to Pleasant Green and what it sounds like. EEG's steady. It's not taking.
Sounds right.
Well, he's not making sense of it. It's not building an image for him.
Headphones. He'd be wearing headphones.
Like
That's
this,
it.
mate.
Over on the left.
Great. Let's not get too close.
Down there, that field by the road.
Yeah, that's great. I've landed. Walking into the village now.
How does it look?
Look normal from the air as far as I can tell. We stayed out of the exclusion zone. I can't see anyone around at the moment, but I'm in the middle of a field. I can hear light traffic. Is the number station still broadcasting?
It is.
All right, I'll check in when I've found it.
That's private property.
Oh, is it?
Not that anyone really cares. Did you just come off that helicopter?
Yes.
Is something happening?
No, I'm a location scout for a movie. We're just filming around here, looking at places.
Oh, what movie?
Doesn't have a name yet.
Famous? Famous, someone useful, celebrity, important.
I'm sorry.
Is there anyone famous in it?
Oh, I'm not allowed to say, I'm afraid.
Secrets.
Yes.
You're not really here. You're lying in a hospital.
What happened?
He jumped out of it.
Why?
We have no way of knowing.
Well, how do we put him back in there?
He may just have run out of momentum. Sometimes memories don't join up.
His brain is trying to skip out the boring bits, but he doesn't know what comes next.
So we'll help him through. What comes next?
Well, he checked in immediately, got out of the helicopter. Then again about half an hour later.
Do you have that recording?
Yes, everything's recorded. But if we play him his own voice...
No, but if we can isolate background noise from the recording, we can create the next environment for him.
Johnson. I'm in the village now.
And?
Well, it's very quiet. No way of knowing if that's normal or not.
You're looking for a van or a truck that might be parked up that doesn't seem to be serving a purpose.
No, there's nothing like that as far as I can tell. You've got a satellite in position, yet anything you can see up there would be really helpful.
We're having a problem with the satellite. We have one in position, but it's blank around the village.
Blank?
As in, there's nothing there. Where Pleasant Green should be, there's just a black hole in the imagery for about 2 miles in every direction from the center of the village.
No, that can't happen.
Well...
No, I'm an astrophysicist, and I'm saying that can't happen.
And yet, I'm looking at it right now. Are you with someone?
No, just some people nearby. Well, there's a pub right here. I'm going to head in and ask some questions.
Be discreet. Looks like someone is taking pains to ensure we don't know they're there.
It's all right. I've established I'm looking for locations for a film. I'll check in on the hour.
All right, so a pub. We can do a pub, can't we?
Just a second. I want to isolate some of the ambient sound, and then we can walk him into the pub from the outside. Did anyone hear what those people were saying in the background?
Something about movie locations here. You must have run into that woman already and given her his cover story.
Yeah, but there was something weird.
Strange new arrival foreign body antibody infection.
You can't say what the film is or if there's anyone famous.
What is that?
It's nonsense.
Yeah, but she doesn't react to it like it's nonsense.
It's like he's playing word association off the word stranger.
Yeah, I've seen similar things happen in people with brain disorders. It's almost like part of the brain dealing with language is rebooting and re-establishing connections.
What causes it?
It could be lots of things. Disease, degeneration, head trauma. I have no idea what it is in this case.
Do you want to try putting him in the pub?
Yeah, put him in the pub.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Hello.
You the fellow working on the film?
Oh, how did you...
News travels fast.
Well, yeah, well, there's fast and there's fast. So what, the lady on the bike?
Oh, you mean Polly? She's not been in yet today.
So how did you know I was working on a film?
Are you stopping for lunch? There's a couple of pies left, I think.
No, I'm fine, thanks. I'll just have I have a mineral water.
Really?
Sparkling, if you have it.
Oh, we have it.
So I understand I'm not the only new face around here recently.
Oh? What makes you say that?
The lady on the bike, Polly, she said...
No, she didn't.
Well, no, but she...
That's £1.50.
Thanks. How did you know what she did or didn't say?
What sort of locations you looking for?
Empty houses?
Derelict, you mean?
Villages inhabited by
or
aliens.
just the ones that have been empty for a while.
Nothing like that.
Right, what about other buildings? Maybe on the outskirts or something? Farm buildings or... barns?
Barns? There's a... can't remember. I think there's a couple of pies left if you fancy a spot of lunch.
No, I'm interested in barns.
There's a barn?
Where?
There is a barn.
Where is it?
I'm sure there's a barn. I can picture it. I just... I'm going mad. Dave?
Yeah?
Gentleman's asking about a barn.
Big barn?
That's it.
That's, Big barn over by, Gone Blank.
I'll find it.
How?
Seriously? This place is tiny.
Hello.
Hi.
How's the location scout going?
Fine. Did you tell the guy in the pub that we'd spoken?
No?
How did he know who I was?
Oh, news travels fast.
Yeah, that's what he... I never met a cyclist.
I'm sorry.
When I got out of the helicopter, I walked into the village. I didn't meet anyone until I got to the pub.
Ah.
Who are you?
That's complicated. Don't go to the barn.
So that is where it is.
You shouldn't go back there.
It's what I have to do. I have to remember, or
What?
I'll stay like this.
This is better.
What's happening?
You won't understand yet.
Try me.
No one understands. It's more than any of you can comprehend. That's the problem we're having at the moment.
Who's we?
We don't mean you any harm, but your brains. We're trying to find a way to talk to you.
You're talking to me now.
No, I'm not. This is a memory.
How can it be a memory if we've never met?
We have met, but not here.
You're in the barn.
You mustn't go back there.
I have to.
No, go back to sleep. It's better that way.
Oh, gone again.
Oh, is this even achieving anything?
It's not something we can measure progress on. It either works, ultimately, or it doesn't.
Oh, all right. Well, he called in after he left the pub. There's a recording.
Johnson. There's something very strange going on here.
Can you be more specific?
Actually, no. I've just been in the local pub. Everyone's just weird.
It's a remote village.
No, weirder than that.
You think they know about the broadcast?
Maybe. See, I asked if there were any empty buildings in the area, and they said that there was a barn. But no one seems to know where it is. It's like they've all forgotten.
Forgotten what? You broke up.
The location of the...
Hello? Hello? Are you there? That's it.
What is that sound, Simon?
I don't know, but it's the same one on the number station broadcast, isn't it?
Some kind of signal jam.
Do you have any way of analysing it?
Well, crudely at best from here. I'll give it a go.
So, what do we do?
Well, we don't know where he went, so we can't create a soundscape for it. I think we're at the end of the line.
That's not good.
What does it mean for you?
It means I get on a conference call with some people and discuss other options.
Such as?
We have a village that is broadcasting some kind of hostile signal. We can't fly over the village, and it's not showing up at all on satellite sweeps. We're in uncharted waters here, and none of the options currently on the table look particularly rosy. We can't send more people in, so...
So?
UKIP.
You're going to blow up the village?
I'm very happy to table any alternative courses of action you can come up with, Dr. Fallon.
I'm going to talk to him.
And say what?
I don't know what. But he can hear, that much we know.
Time is running out.
How do we know that?
We don't, but we have to assume...
I'm going to talk to him. What's his name?
That's classified.
What's his bloody name?
Hornsby. Blake Hornsby.
Blake. My name's Dr. Fallon. You're in what we call a fugue state. That means you're not responding. Your brain has kind of switched to standby mode. But I know you can hear, and I'm hoping you might be able to understand.
I can hear you. The EEG suggests he's registering her voice, but whether he understands what she's saying... You need to go
I need you to focus on the place you went after you were in that pub. You might be frightened to unlock those memories, but we think it's the best chance you have of regaining consciousness.
I don't think this state, whatever it is reversible.
We're trying to separate out the broadcast.
No, don't.
We really need you awake to tell us exactly what happened.
Listen to the broadcast.
There are other people in a similar state to you in that village, we think. And something really strange is going on there. Unless we can wake you up and work out a way through this, then the military are going to get involved, and...
Don't attack them, we mustn't.
I doubt that ends well for anyone. So if you can understand me, I need you to rack your brain for something, some hook that can get you back there. You need to finish your journey.
I'm trying.
The only way I can see to get you out of this is for you to get to the point where this happened to you.
I can't. Something's happening here. There was a spike in the beta wave.
Does that mean he understood?
It just means he's responding to something. Okay, there's increased activity. It could be him trying to find a way back, if he can, or it could be something else entirely.
This noise on the broadcast, I'm trying to filter it, but it's pretty crazy.
Crazy how?
Do you not have people on this?
I'm sure we do, but that's not a loop I'm in.
I think it's partly made up of radio broadcasts.
What radio broadcasts?
Well, if the fragments that I'm picking out are anything to go by, I'd say all of them.
What do you mean, all of them?
Well, it might not be that nuts. But we've been sending broadcasts into space for like 100 years, right?
Yes.
So what if they've all been collected and are being bounced back?
Well, collected by someone in a tiny English village.
Well, what if that's only a relay station and the signal's coming from somewhere else?
Where? Oh, you're saying?
Maybe.
Can we play the broadcast again?
No, don't listen to it.
Simon. Can we play the broadcast again? Simon? Simon, look at me.
You all right?
Simon!
Broadcast, yeah.
No, don't listen to it.
1, 4, 8, 3, 3, 4,
What's happening?
9, 5, 2.
The EEG. Is the... You left the microphone on. I think he's going back.
It's pitch black, isn't it? If I turn my lights off, I can't see a damn thing. Oh god.
I'm back here. This is the barn. There was a smell. It wasn't a bad smell. It just wasn't something I'd ever smelled before. It was a smell that... I don't know, it didn't remind me of anything. It's her voice. It sounds like it was recorded decades ago, but it's her voice. They're mimicking us. The radio broadcasts, they've picked up... Do they think that's what we sound like? They're trying to sound like us.
Should we turn it off?
No, the EEG is stronger than we've seen it. The brainwave activity. Oh God, this is fascinating.
Fascinating how?
It looks as if he's using brainwave frequencies that... I've never seen this before.
I think this broadcast is... I think broadcast, transmit, relay, beam, show, disperse, disseminate.
What's wrong with him?
Simon!
Oh, nice morning sun. Roads are empty. It's beautiful.
What are you doing here?
I told you not to come.
I need to know what you did to me, or what you're going to do.
Well, which is it?
This is a memory.
Yes.
So it hasn't happened yet.
And yet?
I'm in hospital.
Yes.
So it has happened.
Ah.
Which is it?
You experience time differently. You're in hospital, but you're also here.
So this is a memory.
Do you think you've been here before?
That's how I got into the hospital.
I understand.
Isn't that right?
To you, it's right. Because you're adjusting. You're in the hospital, and you're also here. These are the same.
How can that be?
I don't know. I don't experience in the same way you do.
Experience what? Events?
I don't experience events.
I just want to know what's happened to me.
You've evolved.
Evolved? I'm in a hospital bed. I can't wake up.
But you are awake. You're here.
Why didn't you want me to come here?
Because you see so little if you turn your gaze inwards. And there is so much to see.
I'm trying to wake up.
I don't understand.
From this state I'm in, I want to get up. I want to move around.
You can go anywhere.
How?
You just can.
I can't move my body.
I understand. You need to acclimatize.
Acclimatize?
Yes, is that... Your language is very limiting.
I understand what acclimatize means. I just don't understand how...
Yes, your body is limiting.
How?
It decays.
So you mean aging?
It
So you don't die.
Nothing dies. Energy transfers.
Am I dreaming?
This dreaming. This is the limit of your language. Is this a memory? Am I dreaming? Has this happened before? I can't move. These are limits that are artificial.
Artificial? You're in a body. I met you on a bicycle.
No.
No. That didn't happen. That was a trick. But you are here, now, in a body, wearing clothes.
You're not here.
This is a game. You're playing games. I'm in a hospital. This is a memory or a dream.
It's none of these things. You are constructing a reality. The image of me that you have. This is your brain making sense of me. Your brain is constructing a model of the world based on your understanding. Because it's adjusting, because it's learning to process differently.
And when it does, then what will you look like? What will this barn look like?
There is no barn. There is no village. There is no planet here.
No planet?
It's difficult for you to experience things as they are because your brain requires something to reference. It can only build on what it knows.
The message, the broadcast. Those numbers describe the orbit of a dwarf planet called Haumea. It's on the edge of our solar system. There's a probe, New Horizons, that can see Haumea. Now that's real.
I am an alien from the planet Haumea. I have come here to make contact with humans.
Is that true?
No, there is no planet. There is no solar system. There is just information.
Information?
That's how you may understand it. Energy, information, ideas.
You said our bodies decay. How can they decay if they're not physical?
The information breaks down. The idea of the body decays.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it can't make sense to you. Yet,
brain.
it will stop needing to.
Please, explain this to me.
Jesus, don't want to miss that turn off again.
You have an idea of a creature you call an ant.
Oh, okay, I'm just trying.
You have an idea that this creature is organized in some way, that it interacts with its fellows, that they work together.
Yes.
The ant has an idea of physical space, of distance.
Yes.
But distance for an ant is not the same as distance for you.
No.
And the ant has a concept of time.
I don't know if it does.
But if it does, is it the same as your concept of time?
No, I suppose not.
Does the ant have an idea of you?
No.
So if the ant suddenly became you, would it understand?
If an ant was suddenly made human, you mean? If it was suddenly human-sized and saw through our eyes
and its concept of time and distance had to change.
But it had no frame of reference.
Exactly this.
No, it wouldn't be able to process it.
Its senses would be overloaded. It wouldn't be able to process this new idea, this increased flow of information.
It would shut down.
Well, it would need to adapt.
We couldn't adapt. It would die. It would go mad and die.
Does the ant have a concept of madness?
No.
Then how could it go mad? And how could it die if it has no concept of death?
That's ridiculous. We're the ants and we've suddenly become human?
You're the humans and you've suddenly become something else.
I think this broadcast is a broadcast transmit relay.
Simon here is
What is this, man?
Oh my god, he wants me to double back on
This
myself.
information
the purposes of this exercise.
that could be used to locate.
Simon! Simon!
What is this?
Don't listen to the broadcast.
You're going to blow up the village.
This all happens at the same time.
Hello?
Because
Yeah, just
time
come back
isn't
on.
linear, we just
Follow it
experience it that way.
Nothing is real, apparently.
Everything is permitted?
I don't know yet. I'm Blake.
Yes. Hello, Simon.
They're worried about you.
They shouldn't worry.
You're lying on the floor in the control room. You're not responding.
That's not me anymore.
We're getting better at this. The idea of Simon is acclimatizing faster than the idea of Blake.
Previously, Blake.
Oh, that's very good.
What was the trigger?
Well, the numbers get the attention. They prime your brain, and it starts trying to find a pattern.
It's the orbit of Haumea, the numbers.
Yes, I know.
That doesn't matter, they're just numbers.
There is no how, Mayor, apparently. No anything. Oh, yes, that makes sense.
The information overloads the processing centers of the human brain.
What is the information? I think I was getting somewhere with that.
It's just information. You interpret an order to it.
We actually impose an order. Oh, yes. Like these words we're using. Like feline words order any in use be good. And then? Once we're primed by the information, they pull the trigger. What is the trigger?
The trigger you can only hear once you've heard it. It's noise until your brain can model it.
I don't understand. It's like an optical illusion for the ears.
That's right. Here's the trigger.
I don't...
And here's the key. I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free.
Michelangelo. I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free. We're the angels. And what's the marble? Everything else.
Johnson. Yes. Yes, I understand. Progress.
We need to make him comfortable. I think he's all right. He's in the same state as the others.
No, we've had no luck yet.
No, but wait,
Yes,
wait.
I understand. Thank you.
What?
They're taking action.
No!
Before the situation gets worse.
A whole village?
Before this broadcast causes any more...
It's not causing... We've listened to it. We're not... Oh. We are?
We are what? Dr. Fallon. Dr. Fallon.
I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set it free.
That's very good.
I changed him to it. I'm not sure about the gender identity of angels. Johnson's going to blow up the village.
There is no village.
Wait. What is... Oh, I see.
These transitions are becoming smoother now.
But not everyone can manage it.
No, some have a reality model that is too rigid.
What happens to Johnson?
He stays, occupying a reality model where a lot of people went into a coma and didn't wake up, and where he gave an order to obliterate a small village. Those who stay will share that consensus, more or less. Some people will believe this was caused by a radio broadcast sent by aliens. Others will discover a new, rare brain disease. Some people will model the experience based on religious beliefs.
How many are left behind?
I don't see individuals in that way. Your reality model was a planet in a solar system with a number of individuals on it.
What's your model?
There is no model.
Maybe that's just what you think.
That's interesting.
Have we gone mad? Who's to say?
Either we have, or this is the end of the world.
It's not the end. There is no end.
Then what?
Shh. Just silence. In Fugue State by Julian Simpson, Dr. Fallon was played by Nicola Walker. The patient, Stephen McIntosh. Johnson, Tim McInerney.
That's the
Simon,
I recognise.
Ferdinand Kingsley. And Polly and cyclist Phoebe Fox. All other parts were played by Ben Crow. Fugue State was directed by Julian Simpson and produced by Karen Rose. It was a Sweet Talk production for BBC Radio 4.
Oh, God. Are you still alive?
BBC News at 3 o'clock. Police in Scotland have charged a teenager in connection with the death of 16-year-old Bailey Gwynn, who was stabbed at a school in Aberdeen yesterday. The youth, who's also 16, is expected to appear in court tomorrow. David Cameron has said he's frustrated by the pace of the Chilcot inquiry into the Iraq War. He was speaking after Sir John Chilcot announced that his long-awaited...
Oh, I can't believe we've fucking got Cameron as a foreign minister. He's so full of fucking shit, that guy. It's unbelievable. When he was being quizzed about the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, he was just coming up with such obfuscation bullshit. And they just said to him, do you believe that Israel turning off the water, having the power to turn it back on again, is a breach of humanitarian law? And he was just skirting around it, and it ended up in a catch-22. He either looked like a total dickhead for not knowing something, that a foreign minister should know whether or not a country's actions are a breach of humanitarian law, or he just looked like he was lying. And it's because he is a liar. I fucking hate Tories. I really, really do. They're horrible people. They're not even really people, are they? They're just like monsters who absolutely ruin this country. And I believe it's all psychology as well. They've all got like fucked up little childhoods. Oh, there we go. And they're just greed. It's just fear, isn't it? It's fear and greed. That's what motivates a lot of these politicians. Okay, let's go and grab this trailer as well. Sorry, anyway, just I hear names like, I hear any Tory name, Boris Johnson, David Cameron, whatever. Just they're all disgusting to me. But yeah, what an unusual little program that was. It's a bit Matrix-like, wasn't it? Wake up out of the illusion of reality, if you like. Can't see out my left window. Let's go for it. Yeah, that was a bit strange. So one explanation of the number stations. Yeah, I do like little sci-fi short stories like that, of which I've got a few to listen to actually, by a guy, I can't remember his name, Ray something, and they're all about sort of 20 to 30 minutes long actually. Quite well reviewed little just sci-fi sort of mind fucks of short stories. Okay, let's go over here. I think what I'm feeling frustrated about is like there's a lot of crap going on in the world, and I feel powerless about it all. Like a lot of like cruelty, inhumanity, but not just powerless. As a citizen of the West, I'm buying the shit that's being made. Oh, let's have a look at this. Nothing here. Dang it! If I remember where I left it. I don't want to be texting every time I don't find the trailer, do I? As a citizen of the West, you're part of the sort of military-industrial complex. You're buying the shit that's funding military organisations, whether you're buying the shit out of China or the UK or the US, it doesn't matter really. It's all just one big military-industrial complex, yeah. And so you're part of the system. That thing that went around TikTok, like Obama's letter to America, which is increasingly more and more difficult to get hold of, this 2002 Osama bin Laden's letter to the American people, I think sort of hits the nail on the head in a way, is that like you can't separate yourself and just go, oh, I'm a citizen, I'm not responsible for the tragedy in the world, when you're the one paying the taxes that are funding it. It's horrible. And in the UK as well, we've got a royal family. That is basically, somebody coined the term the Windsor Mafia, and they really are just the mafia, basically. Is that a trailer? No, that's my garage. Where the hell is this trailer then, eh? We'll look down here, see if it's just randomly left it down here. Yeah, so it's like, it's not just the powerlessness of being able to do anything about it. I mean, like Labour in the UK, it's a two-party political system, but Labour's basically the same as Tory now. So you don't really have, it's just an illusion of choice. We had a chance with a guy called Jeremy Corbyn, but the mainstream just ousted him. He was too much of a threat because of his socialist ideology, which would have sorted out the UK and its crisis at the moment. It's in a food crisis, energy crisis, housing crisis, mass swathes of poverty, 3 million people going to food banks, millions of children starving. You know, it's just, we're in a right state, led to the ground by, like, basically post-Thatcher fucking Reagan type policies, free market neoliberalist economics, and it's just, yeah, it's brought out the worst in people, really has. We've gone from a collectivistic culture to an individualistic culture where it's screw or be screwed, and most people have ended up getting screwed apart from a very few wealthy elite. Where the fuck is this container before I lose my shit? Oh well. So yeah, it's just easier to bury my head in a video game, I suppose, and worry too much about it. Okay, I have not seen a trailer around here at all anyway. I'm going to end up needing to go to sleep in a second because stamina's low. Just have a look. There's nothing there now. Nothing around there. Is it in this yard even? I don't even know if I'm supposed to be driving down here. Doesn't look suitable for vehicles, does it? No trailer there. Right. Those are just cars. Jesus. It's amazing, like, how much trailers do actually get lost in real life. We had a customer, and they dropped a vehicle off to get serviced. Then they refused to pay the bill. And this was like a big ass truck, you know, it wasn't a car or anything like that. Then they refused to pay the bill. And then the company went broke, and then the vehicle was just left in our yard. So after like 6 years, we fucking sold it to another customer. I don't know, it was really strange. Like, it had just been sat there for 6 years, and it was like, it wasn't my remit, but as one of the managers in the business, I was quite, you know, I was concerned about other areas of the business as well. And because I had marketing responsibilities, which is a huge part of how you present yourself to customers, and our yard, our premises, our depots were in a bit of a state, really, just really scruffed up state all the time. Despite having the people who should have been looking after it having lots of downtime, unproductive time. So I'd constantly raise my concerns with the operations director as to how scruffy the sites were. And yeah, I was just like, that vehicle, what's that for? And he was like, oh, it's been there for 6 years, I'll just leave it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, oh God. I think it was like in this legal limbo, basically. But yeah, and there'd be loads of trailers left around and stuff. I had a free dining table because somebody had rented out a van and just left the dining table in the back of the van. And I phoned up the customer. The guy who was running was like, no, if they leave it in there, it's ours to keep. You have it. And I was like, no, I'm not having that. So I phoned up the customer and they were like, oh, yeah, I forgot about it. Oh, I'll just have it. I was just like, that's so strange. Oh, bollocks. Well, I haven't found a trailer at all. It says continue to look for the trailer. Oh, there is a map though. I've been looking around here and there's actually a flipping map this whole time. Right, I'm gonna park up. I'm gonna put my kettle on. Get ready to have a sleep. Get some fuel as well. Right. Oh dear. I've had 2 cups of coffee and a pint of water in the last hour, so yeah, I do need a wee. Yeah, I'll get some. I'll get a cup of tea on the go. I'll have a wee. I'll be about 2 minutes and then get started, pick up this trailer and listen to something else. Alrighty then, that sounds like a plan to me. Okay, cool. So that was pretty good, that fugue state. It was all, well, it was okay. I do like those sorts of things. So that was the fugue state by Julian Simpson. Yeah, God, that folder of unsorted podcasts was huge, actually. Okay, so there's some in our time. I've listened to the natural histories, the Baobab, the Tao Te Ching, the Tao Te Ching, the Book of the Way by Lao Tzu. That should be a good listen. What's this? The language of education and leaders. Something different, something non-fiction. Let's give that a try then. Oh, those are the words. Yeah, let's go for some non-fiction.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
Hello, welcome to BBC Radio 4 Word of Mouth. My name is Jeffrey Boachi and I'm standing in for Michael Rosen. Today, my guest, I'm very excited about this person, is Aisha Small. I know her as a writer, an educator. She's also a charity strategist and the author of a book called The Unexpected Leader, all about what it means to be a leader in education. And Aisha, I'm hoping we're going to talk about that. So there are certain archetypes that end up in certain positions of power in any institution, right? And in education, as in most of our institutions, I think the straight white male is the archetype that is default, you know, in terms of who's at the table, who sets the agenda.
It does seem to be the case. Most head teachers seem to be a straight white male. Probably not something that it's very niche, that, isn't it? Education leaders. Let's have a listen to a 1970 interview with Jim Morrison. Let's see what that's like.
Jim, what do young people worship today? What do they believe? What do they hang on to? What do they hope for?
I can't speak for young people, but probably a guess would be the same things they've always celebrated, just kind of a joy of existence, self-discovery, freedom, that kind of thing.
Well, there's always been a generation gap in every age, but the gap now seems to be much more of a definite cleavage. The young people today seem to feel and think differently. What do you think has brought this about?
Well, possibly it could have a strictly sociological basis. It could be the so-called generation gap could be a result of just larger numbers of young people. I think it happened after World War II. I think it's something like over half the population of the United States now is under 18 years of age, something like that.
Politically and philosophically, the young people now seem to feel very definite ideas about the establishment, old systems of governing people, and moral attitudes.
Yeah. When I was in high school and college, the kind of protest that's going on now was totally unheard of. At that time, to be a teenager, to be young, was really nothing. It was kind of a limbo state. And I think it's amazing, just in the last 5 years, what's happened is young people have become increasingly aware of the power and the influence that they have as a group. It's really amazing.
Does it surprise you that there is so much revolt on the campuses of this country against Washington and its policies?
It really surprises me because, as I said before, when I was growing up and when I was in school, that was totally unheard of. You know, students really had no power. But if you look back in history, it seems to bear out the fact that every revolution has started with students and spread to workers. And I'm not predicting there's going to be a drastic turnover in this country, but all the indications are there.
Life does seem to become more and more involved and complex. You know, we're becoming computerized and dehumanized in that process.
Wow, that's recognized in the 1970s.
That bothers you and your generation.
But there does seem to be a trend toward a return to a kind of primitive outlook.
In a 1970 interview with Jim Morrison, 53 years ago, it's been recognized that life is becoming more computerized and dehumanized. Fuck me, if they had any idea of the extent of that, how that came about now. Wow.
look on life, a more tribal.
Could be, and Truck Simulator.
I think it's a
we
natural
went dehumanized
to industrialization, but unfortunately, I think it's kind of naive, because I think the future is going to become increasingly mechanized, computerized, as you call it, and I don't think there's any turning back. It's just figuring out a way to survive and thrive in that kind of society. And I don't think there's any chance of going back. And look at it this way too: the hippie lifestyle is really a middle-class phenomenon, and it could not exist in any other society except ours, where there's such an incredible surfeit of goods, products, and leisure time. I think that's the reason for it, because the generations immediately preceding ours had world wars and depressions to contend with, and for the last 10 or 15 years in this country, it's there's time enough and there's money enough to live a kind of a flagrant, outrageous lifestyle, which was impossible before.
Jim, there's a line in your book of poems which reads, "The cleavage of men into actor and spectators is the central fact of our time." Well, I think that's undeniable, but I wonder, hasn't it always been that way with society?
I suppose it has, but it's with mass media, today, it becomes more immediately apparent. I think what I was concerned with in that book was the fact that most people feel completely void and helpless in controlling their own destinies, or controlling the destiny of human life. And I think it's sad. More people should be involved, rather than designating all these powers to a few individuals. I think the average person, whatever that is, should be a part of it somehow. And I think everyone feels that events are just going on without their knowledge or control. I think it's one of the tragedies of our time. I suppose it has always been that way, but now it's just become so obvious, Decisions are made for you in which you have no part of at all. I just lament the fact that so many people are content with living a very quiet, well-mannered, orderly life, when so many obvious injustices, I guess, are going on, and they just seem to ignore it somehow, or not care at all. Just let it happen without ever becoming involved. I think that's sad.
Jim, relevant to your theory that people should get more involved in life and thus enjoy it more, you have written a line of poetry which reads, "The spectator is a dying animal." Now, isn't that a bit of a contradiction to what you've said previously?
No, it's concerned with that same split between the actor and the audience. To me, there's something incredibly sad about a bunch of human beings sitting down, watching something take place. And just when you think about it, I love movies as much as anyone else, but the spectacle of millions and millions of people sitting in movie theaters and in front of television sets every night watching a second or third hand reproduction of reality going on when the real world is right there in their living room or right outside in the street or down the block somewhere. I think it's a tool to somnambulize or hypnotize people into a kind of waking sleep. But I think the major
You must have taken acid. There's no way you can
influence in the next decade or so is going to be the people, I don't know what you'd call them except maybe the connectors, the people who are able to assemble masses, huge masses of people into one spot, as we've witnessed in pop festivals in the last 2 or 3 years. The kind of people that can assemble huge crowds in one spot, I think will be the major influences on mass culture in the next decade. I think the rock music enthusiasts have created probably some of the most exciting music and theatrical events on the planet. I think they're fantastic.
Well, part of the generation gap is the difference in what people like in terms of music. Now, rock and hard rock do seem to go hand in hand with the younger crowd, and some of us who are a little older are confused and puzzled by that, because we can't quite cotton onto this sound. Can you understand that?
You know, adolescence and early youth, the fires are burning fastest, right? And your energy level is probably at its highest, and so it demands a kind of raucous, screaming type music. And I'm 26 now, and I'm getting more interested in jazz, to tell you the truth. I can't even listen to the radio anymore. You know, I like old blues cats and early rock and roll and some other things, but frankly, I find most of it really boring.
This is something that distresses me a little bit. It seems that the young people like all the same kind of thing. Now, I want more out of the young people than just that.
Yeah, well, they're being programmed by their radios. They only play the major radio stations, rock stations, only play 30 songs over and over and over, 24 hours a day. And it's been proven that what you hear the most is what you like the most. So there's really no choice involved. Someone is programming it.
So we are the victims of media.
What everyone should say is the medium is the message, and the message is me. That's the answer, is for everyone to, you're asking for an answer, the answer is for everyone to stand up and say, I'm me, and be fully aware of that fact and let everyone else know it, that you are yourself, and express it.
Jim, we're talking about communication, watching the box, etc., being victimized by the media. Well, there's a sort of a voyeurism in the air today, and you have a line which says, more or less, we're all afflicted with the psychology of the voyeur. That, to me, seems to be tragic.
What it is somehow life gets restricted to what can be seen rather than what can be touched or experienced physically. I don't know whether it's a natural civilized human fear of involvement, because, you know, touch can lead to a lot of physical involvement leads to all the, you know, the real basic existential moments in life. Sex, death, love. They have really nothing to do with seeing, experiencing secondhand. You have to get in there and actually do it. And there just seems to be some kind of natural civilized inclination to avoid contact with the nitty-gritty of life.
Well, we can't talk about life today and not talk about sex. Now, this confuses me because we have a so-called new morality, and I keep looking at it and trying to figure out what it is.
There is, though, you know. I can remember when I was in high school, and even college, which wasn't that many years ago, and sex was still in the Victorian age. It was very hush-hush. You know, if you suspected a girl of, you know, one of the ones that was doing it, you know, it was like kind of a, you know, locker room conversations and all that. And I think that this new group of kids that have come along have, you know, I mean, sex will always be a mystery and will always have its hang-ups and strange things about it. But they're much more free. I mean, it's just, you know, accepted as a fact of life and not, you know, not something to be snickered about in private, you know, behind closed doors and all that. I think there definitely is a new style. I think it was a necessary reaction to some kind of weird repression. I don't know how it started, you know, or when, but it was totally unnatural. And I think that is one aspect of the new thing that is happening that is completely beneficial. The repression of sexual energy has always been the grandest tool of a totalitarian system.
You know, this guy, I don't know much about Jim Morrison, to be honest, but 26, he is fucking insightful and very intelligent. And I mean, 50 years on, and with all the availability of information, you know, it's still many people don't connect the dots. The difficulty is when you connect the dots, but you still continue to live a passive, a mediocre existence, otherwise known as the middle way. Right, David Sung. See what he has to say. So, you're the new driver. Yes, reporting for my first job here at the power plant. So pleased that this has opened up now. I'm the site manager. Name's David Sung. Nice to meet you, David. Look, I'm under an awful lot of pressure here. Just take care of this bit of cargo for me and make it quick. Real quick. Got that? Loud and clear. I'll take it from here. Right, bloody hell. Shit. Where's the trailer then? It says attach the trailer to your truck. Oh, I can't see a trailer. Oh, there it is. I don't like these timed things. They freak me right out. Like, where am I going with this? It would help if I could get it on there. How big is this thing actually? It's huge, isn't it? Right. I don't suppose I can sleep on it, can I? So, 'cause it's a time job. I don't want to put Jim Morrison on just for the moment whilst I'm doing this job, because he's a bit too chilled for me. Need to have my wits about me if I'm going to be bombing it around. Although sometimes I bomb it around and I've done it in like half the time, so I suppose 10 minutes might be ample time, we'll see. I've already lost 2 minutes, I've only just left Oosterhaven, or wherever it is, wherever I am. It's quite a mission back actually to the motorway. It's not, there's a couple of different places on this map that are very awkward to get towards, you know. I suppose, you know, you don't want necessarily, I don't want to like sort of think, oh, reduce the driving time, because that's the fun of it. That's like the main part of the game, is just driving around, isn't it? But yeah, they've designed the maps quite like deliberately to make you go around the houses, if you like. I think that trailer might have just scraped that barrier and dragged me to a halt. It's weird driving without the radio on. Yeah, it's strange. It's nice and comforting having that radio. Destination, 2.5 miles. I've got 6.5. Whoa! I thought he just slammed his brakes on. Overtook me, pulled back in, puts his brakes on. Oosterhaven, I got a bit confused. This is where, right, this is like this long tunnel, isn't it, through here? I'm sort of a bit boxed in now. This is where the construction lady is, Iona, okay. God, what is it with people? Pull back in. He's gone into that lane. There's nobody to overtake. Jesus! I used to drive on the M25 almost daily. And when I got on there, I'd just sit in the normal lane, and I would end up undertaking so many cars that could not cope, just didn't have the mentality to cope with a 4-lane motorway. They could never bring themselves to be in like the slow lane or something. I don't know what it is. It's not. I don't think it's overtaking. I'm going to have to do this quite wide. If you don't pull back in front of them, do you know what I mean? I don't know. I used to just get on the motorway, stick it in cruise control, job done. But yeah, I'd end up undertaking loads of cars. You know, I wasn't speeding, I was just doing 70, but people sit in the middle of the motorway like 60 miles an hour, I don't know why. Nervous Nellies. these crossings. There's always somebody going about to dart across them. Why they have got two crossings just next to each other like that? Right. Oh, I'm not dropping it off at Iona's place then. Oh, it's at the port. Sound of seagulls. Okay, so whereabouts exactly? On the right here. I'm at the terminal. But I don't know where. Look out for a trailer thing. Be anywhere. It's quite big, this place, isn't it? Yeah, we basically started bombing Yemen because they've been attacking the Houthi, Yemenis Houthi have been attacking container ships around the Red Sea. Can't have our fucking goods chain disrupted, can we, in the West? Jesus Christ. People have got to buy their fast fashion fucking t-shirts from Primark and all that shit. Got to have their goods shop like a billionaire from Temu. Like, what a crazy thing. Shop like a billionaire. Yeah, because billionaires buy from bloody Temu, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Right. Get that trailer off there. I got there just in the nick of time. Anything else I can do for you? Don't ask that. Thanks. Yeah, there is a... Hello, David? Wait, there's a weird text message conversation. Blank. He's having a heart attack. Are you still there? Crypto blob just got hacked. Sorry, I didn't get that. Don't expect you to understand basic. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Basically means I lost everything. Really need to clear my head now. Okay, take your time, man. £700. The Jaunt TR series. Oh right. What I'll do. I don't know what crypto blob is. What I'll do is I'll go over this way. Some sleep. And back to David's song.
If everyone was free in their sexual activity, how many people would show up for work? That's the basic problem. Whether progress, the progress of civilization, the evolution of a civilized culture is really worth it. And You know, there have been some amazing accomplishments, beautiful accomplishments, but the question is it worth it? Is it worth the repression? And that's something everyone has to answer every second of their life.
When you talk to young people, you go through them, you see them all the time. Do you get the impression from them that they think that life is worthwhile, that it's worth living, that it's a ball?
I'll tell you the damn truth. I don't know that many young people. I really don't. I mean, I hang out with my contemporaries, and I really don't have that much contact with young people.
Well, you're 26. You're young to me.
Yeah. But I'm over the hill.
You wish you were 10 years younger.
Over the hill.
Nah. I think generations now happen every year or maybe every month, you know, rather than it used to be, I don't know, 10 years or something like that. But I think there's a new, things are changing so fast, there's a new generation every year at least.
That's an interesting idea.
Jim, I don't think there's any topic that has sort of defined the young revolution more than the topic of war. I don't know anyone who's really in favor of war, but today we seem to have an entire young generation absolutely opposed to the very idea of it.
And probably because they're the ones that always fight the wars. They're the human fodder for the war machine. And there just seems to be no way around it. There's just no cause. I'm sure that the whole basis of the war going on now is economic.
Turning lights on and off is so difficult in this set.
I think young people just got tired of being grist for the mill. But you know, it's a funny thing. From the comfortable position of your TV set in your living room, war is a very, no matter how horrible it was, the horror, it makes it very glamorous, you know. It's a great drama, life and death right there, a struggle. And we're all infected from youth, you know, with little kids running around playing war and playing cowboys and Indians or whatever. You know, it's somehow it's just ingrained in you from the beginning that there's something heroic, you know, proving yourself in battle and all that kind of thing.
The very hero concept seems to have changed in these past few years, doesn't it?
No heroes have come out of this present conflict. It's very strange. There's no support for it, hardly even in the press, you know.
And the young people no longer worship warriors the way we used to.
Right. Somewhere in you have to entertain these utopian concepts that life could work without all that struggle. Probably not, but I mean, something in us always entertains the fantasy that the world could run without war.
Well, society has always needed, apparently, to worship heroes. Now, where are young people today looking for heroes? What type heroes?
I think the new heroes will probably be political activists. In the 20s, it was sports figures. 30s and 40s, it was movie stars and World War II aces and all that kind of thing. And then the music figures became the heroes. I think the next heroes will probably be more intellectual sort, political activists and perhaps scientists and computer experts, people like that. People that have an understanding, an intellectual awareness, and a knowledge of how things run, how modern society runs, will probably be the new heroes. I think each generation supersedes the last one in intelligence and awareness, and I think there's been a giant step recently. The young people that I've seen in my travels around while they're very young and naive in a lot of ways, I think they have an incredible intelligence and awareness of events that far surpasses the people I grew up with. I think, I like to be pessimistic, but I think from what I've seen, they're far better equipped to handle what's coming. Well, they'll have to be.
Jim, in talking about life today, we have the business of the sexual relationship, the relationship between men and women, and we all wonder how much it has changed. The role of the man in modern life and the woman in modern life. We even have a horrible thing called unisex, which terrifies me. Do you think there's much of a difference in the style of life affecting the man-woman relationship today?
Well, when you look at history, it seems to be cyclical. There have been many periods in history where women were the major controlling influence in life. Matriarchal societies and all that kind of thing. And I think women are becoming increasingly important. I mean, it's a ridiculous thing to try and talk about, in such simple terms, but I think the influence of women is becoming more and more felt. I'm not sure I can expand on that, but I think you know what I mean. I think, the unisex trip is really a cop-out. What's happening is life is becoming more and more feminized.
Really?
I think so.
That the male is now less masculine because he has no need to be very masculine.
Yeah, that's true. And, there's no frontier to conquer, and hunting and fishing and all that. It's not a basic survival thing. And I think life is becoming increasingly feminized.
And softer for man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's good?
Sure.
Why?
Well, I think women have it all over men, really. I really think they have the right idea.
Which is what?
Well, less inclination toward intellectualizing things and the need for formalizing and idealizing life and just simply accepting it and living it.
We tend to think of women as being starry-eyed and romantic, but if you think about it, most of the romanticizers and the idealists are men.
Very true.
I think this Jim Morrison will change.
Yeah, I think it's cyclical, but I think in a highly complex and industrialized system which we're engaged in, machines take the place of an earnest day-to-day tackling of survival, and when that disappears, then you get increased feminization.
Well, you're a student of the cinema. You've studied cinema at UCLA, and one of the things that you've written about the cinema is this: it is wrong to assume, as some have done, that cinema belongs to women. Cinema is created by men for the consolation of men. Would you enlarge upon that?
Well, who makes all the films? Who runs the projection booth? It's that masculine desire to dominate life rather than just accepting it and flowing with it. And I think that is responsible for the creation of films and a lot of other things.
Well, men are dominant in the arts, aren't they? As writers, composers, actors, almost everything.
Yeah, there are very few female artists.
You think they're wise to keep out of it?
Well, Yeah, I do. Although, it's a contradiction because I'm totally hung up in the art game. But I think, women have less need to reestablish a connection with life because they are life.
I think that. Is that it over? Oh my God, I really like this Jim Morrison guy. I can't believe it's over. That's how I feel about spirituality, actually, is that a lot of, I don't know, a lot of spiritual material on basically how to become more spiritual, how to progress yourself spiritually, etc. I don't know why my dashboard lights are not coming on. And sort of, oh, we're not. It's written by men for men. Right, I was thinking, no, that's a bit strange. Oh my God, I've only got 20 odd minutes to get this trailer. Maybe I should have had a sleep before I went and got it. Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is a bit strange. A lot of philosophical material, basically, the meaning of life, how to live a good life, is written by men for men. And I was thinking, oh, why hasn't much stuff been written for women, targeting women? And I wondered, and you always got to be careful when you're talking about the sexes, and people get upset and uppity and whatever, but I think a lot of times people get upset and uppity because of their own hang-ups, really, rather than anything grounded in reality. Do you know what I mean? But I think women are innately more spiritual than men. And here's my reasoning, because I sort of played about with this idea. I was wondering, is this the case? And I'll tell you why I wonder if this is the case or not. Because what is spiritualism? Spiritualism is about recognizing something deeper, something more purposeful, meaningful than the reality in which your mind currently occupies. So, in a way, like, say if your mind occupies the reality of like living as a citizen. Do you know what I mean? Say if you identify, I'm a Austrian citizen or a British citizen or whatever. You know what I mean? This is all you construct in your reality. This is all your ontology, your entire view of the world, right? You sort of make your own reality. You don't really live in reality. You live in a simulation of reality that you create for yourself. Supposing your reality is like that of Andrew Tate's mentality. You know what I mean? He grew up with a dad who was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. In a household that must have been fraught with emotional issues. His dad was quite harsh to his mum, had affairs, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Andrew Tate's reality is quite distorted on how women should be treated, etc. But it is his reality. And, up is down and down is up in his reality or whatever. And spiritualism is like a journey towards cracking the bounds of your reality, of your understanding, and exploring something even deeper, something even more real beneath that. Now, nowadays, our realities are quite abstracted from what is real. What is real is gravity sucking us to the surface of the planet, if you like. What is physically real, anyway? Gravity holding us to the planet, the need for heat to keep us alive because our biochemical processes require a certain amount of heat energy, and therefore we need food to generate that heat because we are essentially creatures fueled by chemical reactions. We have a need for procreation because it's a desire, it's an instinctive desire. We need air. The very basic stuff is reality. But for a lot of people, reality is things that are abstracted, like money or power or housing, or do you know what I mean, or recognition or praise, or these things will dominate their realities. And so spiritualism is in a way, in my mind, a journey of getting rid of the bullshit and just finding what's more real. And I think women generally, and I am making a generalization, can do that more readily. And I was wondering, well, why is that? Why do women seem to be more real about what's important? Do you know what I mean? Friendships, relationships, looking after each other, cooperation over competition, all these things, all these characteristics, nurturing, wholesomeness, love. Why do women seem to be able to access these more positive characteristics that are human than men? And I wondered if it's to do with the menstrual cycle. Like, it's quite a strange one. So here we go. Here we try to skirt the potholes of sounding like a nut job. So this is strange, right? We evolved from creatures that came out of the sea. Okay. These are ideas. I only ever play about with ideas. I'm not claiming this to be like, you know, scientific fact, but a lot of other people will say, you know, I'm not talking about the coming out of the sea. I'm talking about generally what I'm about to talk about. These are just ideas I'm playing around with, but I've played around with them in my mind on and off for a couple of years now. Anyway, nearly missed the turn in there. So we've evolved from creatures coming out of the sea. A lot of people accept that idea. As sea creatures, maritime creatures, our lives would have been determined by the tides, hugely. Tides make a massive impact on the cycles of the sea. The tides are like the seasons of the sea, if you like. And we still see that sort of innate connection to the tides in women, and period cycles, and menstrual cycles, and the moon, basically. Like, whether or not, you know, that's why menstrual cycles align with a lunar calendar, not like the invented calendar, if you like, but the lunar cycles. The menstrual cycles and the lunar cycles align, you know. We're not going to talk about origins of terms like lunacy and things like that, but, you know, there is some correlation there. And I think for a woman, her body is determined more obviously by the environment outside, and she will recognize this at a very young age. You know, girls have periods roughly around about the age of 12, 13. Okay, so from a young age, a woman is recognizing that her body is intrinsically connected to the natural world. So in a way, that is inescapable to say this physical identity I have is linked to the environment, so intrinsically linked to the environment I find myself in on screen lights. You know, my mind is not my own then, in a way, is what you're saying. And this really is the case. You know, if you can get to a point where you recognise that your thoughts really aren't your own. Do you know what I mean? Your thoughts come from deep inside. You know, the id, innate desires, etc. You know, the weather. Do you know what I mean? Like, just all sorts of stuff. You are not this cold, rational thinking computer, but you are a messy bundle of desire and expressions of desire as cognitive thoughts. You know, perhaps like sentient thinking or whatever. Your cognitive reason is just an illusion, if you like. I can't believe I spent 10 minutes trying to just get here, and actually I've got then to pull a trailer back across the map in in the remaining 10 minutes. Yeah, this is going to be a tough old time. Unless this 20 minutes is just to pick up this trailer. And so, if women recognise this, was that van turning left as well? I've been taking some dodgy manoeuvres there. We just think about getting this trailer before I carry on with my trying to not sound like a nutter. But essentially, what I'm trying to say, I don't want to just wrap it up now in just like some quick. You know what I mean? I've set the groundwork. Now I'm just going to wrap it up in a sentence. Right, it's a tanker actually. I didn't realise it was a tanker. Okay. Good. Get back out of here. Can't wait for anyone. It's quite a big tanker, this, as well. Oh my god, these roads are windy, aren't they? Hopefully I'm not going to clip anybody. I'll just wait till I get out on the motorway because I can't multitask, whereas women can. Allegedly. I don't think anybody can multitask. I mean, computers can't really multitask. All they do is just swap one thread for another, really. I mean, I suppose now we've got multi-core processing, but each core still focuses on a single task. I don't know. Does anything truly multitask? Yeah. So basically, women have, from a very early age, a much more intrinsic connection to the natural world, which to me means they are one step ahead on the spiritual ladder. But I think not just one step ahead, I think it gives them an immense leap forward on the ladder of spiritual and personal growth. I also think that women aren't subjected to those negative hormones. You know, testosterone. Crikey. Well, that was lucky. Testosterone has its positive effects, but there's many negative aspects of testosterone. And is that van still on my right hand side or not? I can't tell. I'm pulling over onto the right lane. And yeah, so I sort of like, I can't remember why I got to talk about that, something Morrison said, but yeah, I mean, I do see that women are much further ahead than men generally in terms of the journey of, you know, becoming a more enlightened being, for sure. Like, and so much evil in this world is perpetrated by men. Now, you know, some people have argued, well, behind every man is a woman. It's not true. You know, I mean, what woman was perpetrating all the behaviour of Andrew Tate or Prince Andrew? Maybe it's all the Andrews, Randy Andy, as he was known in the 80s, I think it was. But yeah, a lot of the harm and destruction in this world is perpetrated by men, essentially, because men are less civilized. Is quite simply the case. And as we are now no longer requiring the skill sets of men, you know what I mean? Whatever those skill sets are, violence or I don't know, I'm just so like, you know, even though I'm a man, and I'm very typically male, oh my god, as in I'm not like, I don't know, transgender male, you know what I mean, or I don't have a secret desire to dress up as a woman or whatever, you know what I mean. I'm just a typical average guy. I can recognise that, you know, men have huge leaps and bounds to make towards becoming equally civilized, equally enlightened as women. Oh, what about sleep? I've got to get this trailer done, haven't I? Really, I'll worry about sleep another time. This has been one of the most challenging timed missions I've done, actually. I better not make any mistakes when I come to turning off and stuff, because I can't afford it, really. That was a bit, I'm going way too fast. But, yeah, and I just think, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if over the next 50 to 100 years, men in society become increasingly more redundant. And we're seeing the signs of that already in terms of academic attainment, jobs, depression. You know what I mean? Many men, you know, there's like a prime age for suicide. It's like my age, actually. It's like 40 to 50, and men just feeling redundant in society and just going, well, what's the bloody point? You know what I mean? Like, I do see, unless men get their act together, men are becoming redundant. And the way men need to get their act together is either doable or not. It's doable if the male problems, if you like, in society are a result of social conditioning. Do you know what I mean? Then we can just undo the social conditioning. Do you know what I mean? If all the stabbing and violent crime, I mean, most people in jail are males. Do you know what I mean? Most perpetrators of violence are men. Most perpetrators of all crime is men. You know what I mean? All these negative things, the majority of it is men. And if we end up with a point where we go, okay, well, maybe that's social conditioning, and we can undo that social conditioning, then fair enough. If, however, it transpires that this is like a product of male physiology, of hormones, then it's going to be much more difficult. It's going to take selective breeding, isn't it, essentially? Which may be what's happening. You know, there's all sorts of people are like, oh, there's a conspiracy to make men more female. Do you know what I mean? And you know, sometimes it does feel like that. Like, I look at like the range of beauty products now aimed at men, and it's like, oh my god, you're joking, aren't you? Like, you know, they call them funny names to still make them accessible to like masculine mentality men, like Manscaped, but they're all just beauty products, aren't they, really? And I sometimes think, yeah, maybe the world is out to demasculinize men, but maybe that is what's happening. Maybe it is a form of natural selection. Maybe those negative traits of characteristics of men, you know, like I said, violence and things like that, mainly violence, but also like domination, competition, blah blah blah. Maybe those negative traits are being bred out in society. Maybe we are seeing a move towards the feminization of men. In an episode of Star Trek, they came across a species that had no gender, and that was like interesting. I don't know how they procreated, but presumably any one of the single-sex species could mate with any other of the single-sex species. Maybe it was just the equivalent of like cellular mitosis rather than cellular meiosis. I don't know, but oh, we're almost there actually. So stamina-wise, this shouldn't be a problem if I can get this trailer dropped off in time. Anyway, David Sung. I don't feel like my lights are working at the moment. I mean, they must be, because those signs are like lit up. But yeah, so maybe, you know, what a lot of Morrison's, what he said 53 years ago is still some of the things that I'm thinking about and contemplating, dealing with right now, which is quite interesting. And so are a lot of people. You know, the powerlessness in the face of the military-industrial complex is one thing that he touched upon, but he also talked about how it is our fault for being so apathetic, really. Ah, look at that. There we go. And just to finish that mission off nicely, 100% accuracy on the drop-off. Job's done. How are you holding up? All I can think about is that hack. I'm in so much trouble right now, I can imagine. Okay, we'll just skip that. 800 quid for bombing it around up and down the bloody map, and I've only got 800 quid. It's a bit tight, isn't it, really? Right. What I'll do is I'll go to sleep first of all before I start up another job for David Sung. Because if he's got another time job, I won't be able to sleep. Ooh. Yeah, my tyres are worn actually. Oh, you know what? That's annoying. I will get another job done. Yeah, that's why I can't brake very efficiently. Right, okay, and also, not just that, but listen to something a little less heavy, maybe. Yeah, I did like that Jim Morrison interview. I don't know how that came to me, if it was a recommendation or... I think I want to listen to something that I haven't listened to for quite some time. And it's a very challenging... It's going to be very challenging to listen to, actually, emotionally challenging, but I think it'd be worthwhile. Where is it? Okay. Maybe I don't have it. Or maybe I've stuck them all on my OneDrive. Maybe there's not enough space on the OneDrive for it. I don't know. Oh, better sleep. God, that was bloody close, wasn't it? Yeah, maybe I don't know. I did download it, I'm sure. Well, like transferred it off my vast media library. I have to say, 8 terabytes of gunk. And I transferred it across to my OneDrive, but who knows? Let's just log into my desktop and see what's going on there. Okay. Oh, is it still uploading? No, it's not. It's unusual then. Okay, 30 seconds and I'll be away. Yeah, this play is one of the first plays that I heard on Radio 4, and I was just like blown away by it, really, to be fair. I had no idea that like a drama could be so incredible and impactful. But this was years ago, so it'd be interesting to hear it again. A lot of people revere this play. Okay, done. Let's go and pick up a job and then I will start the radio. So, David Sung, what have you got in store for me now? Okay. Jobs. Quick turnaround. Maybe you can help out some more. Good to see you, David. Are things working out? Nope, the crypto's gone forever and I still haven't had the nerve to confess to my wife. Hang in there, mate. Anything I can help you out with in the meantime? Yeah, there's actually. Could you deliver a container for me at Bacon? Sure. Oh, and while you're at it, I need you to retrieve a package. What kind of package? To be perfectly clear, I need full confidentiality on this particular job. Understood. Trailer full of sex dolls. Okay. If I got to now attach the trailer to your truck, I don't know where the trailer is. Oh, it's over here. And this has got to go to these are all time jobs, which is a bit annoying. Okay. Glad I got my little sleep. Let's put our play on and away we go.
In the olden days, when you wrote the songs and the operas and that, it mattered how you...
Apologies. Let's just sort out the sound volume a bit.
In the olden days, when you wrote the songs and the operas and that, it mattered how you died. When the singers singed and went about, and they sang, she was all quavery and beautiful, and everyone holded their breath. And there she was, in the special lights with her boobs and everything. And everyone would be looking, and they would cry, poor, poor lady who dies so well. And if I could ever grow up, I would be one of them sad singers and do the dying, and everybody would clap and cheer. And in all of the singing, when people heard it, they would have important to have a little piece of beauty what's in the music. And this is what I realised. Even though the beautiful singing is sad, it is still happy in a way. The saddest things fill you up, like in a big way. And you feel so full, as in no happiness can bring such. And all such sadness is beautiful as the singing, as beautiful as the dying, and it would make a meaning. And I would sing the dying, and people would love me. And I would sing the dying, and out come the angels to take me away. And I would sing the dying, and there would be a lovely piece of beauty in the world. And I would sing the dying. Never heard such thing before, except for when Dr. Bernstein brought the tapes. Even though the other children like such would take that, and take that into this picture, and they are all blowing her a kiss, and all she ever does is play the music, and she can't even hear because she's in a coma, and then take that made her a tape which said, "Hello, this is Robbie," and she still wasn't better. and I said this was no surprise on account of the tape. But I play the proper music, as it is so sad, and it is about the dying, and it makes me so clear. I was never right since I was born, that I'm backwards, and that I am a special child. But why is a mystery for what they have not got an answer. But Mam said, when I was born it was at a dark night, and it was raining and thundery, and all the cats and dogs and things were under the table like horrible. But I didn't mind because I was just little, and I was in a hospital. And Mam kissed me, and when she looked at my spoon face, because when he looked at my face, it was round like mine, and that is how I came to be Spoon-Faced Steinberg, because my other name is Steinberg. 1,000 planets were moving inside of me, and I was looking up, and the world was just a baby. And when you're a baby, you have a soft head and that's what makes you backwards. Sometimes, when it's very late at night, when you think I'm asleep, Mam says to Dad that maybe it is his fault that I'm not right. On the fact that on the day Dad came back when he was out with the floozy, I did fall off the chair. Dad came back, and it was quite that Dad was out with someone, and Dad says he was in the office doing the meeting, and Mam said she phoned the meeting, and he was off with the office doing a floozy. And that this was one of... And Dad went like a beetroot, and Mam said that the student was just a baby and had big boobs, and I fell over. And then everything went white, like lightning. And this was bad on account of my softness, and they were crying there with me, and I was silent as a worm, and Dad told Mam he would not ever have another floozy if Mam would be nicer, and Mam said she would be yet. I started going backwards. But I'm not sure if this is to do with it or
really,
not.
really
Maybe
frustrating.
it is. Maybe it...
But I suspected it was happening, but the audio is skipping all the time. So I'm going to have to look into that and find out if I've got another copy that can be used, because that sounds corrupted actually. But one of the most acclaimed plays to ever grace the sort of afternoon play slot on Radio 4 was Spoon-Faced Steinberg, which stole my heart away. But it's a good job I'm not listening to it, because every time in the past I've listened to it, I've been bawling my eyes out. So, and I've listened to it like twice over the last 20 years, I think, and I just remember it's a real tearjerker. So it's a good job, because I struggle to drive if I'm crying like a baby. Now, let's have a listen to In Our Time then.
Thanks for downloading the In Our Time podcast. For more details about In Our Time and for our terms of use, please go to bbc.co.uk/Radio4. I hope you enjoy the programme. Hello. To write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric. So wrote the German thinker Theodor Adorno in the wake of the Second World War. This famous aphorism was more than a bleak one-liner. It came from the heart of a philosophy that Adorno and his intellectual comrades had developed over the previous quarter-century of turmoil. Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Walter Benjamin and others had come together in an independent institute set up at Frankfurt University in the aftermath of the First World War. The Frankfurt School, as they became known, set themselves the goal of making sense of 1920s Germany. How they wanted to know, did capitalism keep workers and consumers cooperating? To find out, they turned not to the economy, but to culture. But then in the 1930s, they were forced to flee the Nazis and ended up in California, where these austere German mandarins crashed into the full-tilt alien technical abrashness of the 1940s popular culture. It spurred them into developing a highly influential worldview that sought to make sense of both Hollywood and the Holocaust. With me to discuss the ideas and impact of the early Frankfurt School are Raymond Geuss, Professor in the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Cambridge, Esther Leslie, Professor in Political Aesthetics at Birkbeck College, University of London, and Jonathan Ray, a freelance historian and philosopher. Jonathan Ray, can you set the political and intellectual scene of 1920s Germany for us, please?
Well, I think when we look back at it from the point of view of the 21st century, we tend to think of it as the prelude to the rise to power of Hitler and the Nazi Party. But of course, that wasn't how it felt to people at the time. And it's very difficult to make sense of the 20s in Germany. It's very paradoxical because it's dominated by two completely different moods. There's a mood of despair. There's been the experience of defeat in the 1914-18 war. I think something like 2 million people dead and 4 million injured in a war. It was a war of choice, which had led to a humiliating defeat and to peace terms, reparation terms, which were deeply resented. So there was the experience of depression and defeat, but there was also, paradoxically, an extraordinary feeling of hope. There's an art historian called Fritz Saxel, who was in Berlin in, I think, 1918, and he said, "We've lost the war, but we've gained hope." And there was a sense that an outdated 19th century culture had died, and that something new and youthful was going to was going to replace it. It was, if you like, it was a kind of Obama moment. It was a moment of youth and hope, and the idea was that the bad old past was over.
But swirling around was unrest, was inflation. Just over there was the image of the Russian Revolution and the power that might bring, and the power of thought, as it might have seemed, Marxism to take over a vast continent of a country. So that was playing into it as well. And some people thought that because of all this, Germany might have expected to face some sort of revolution or some sort of mass political unrest, go for communism, but they didn't. So why? And people begin to ask, why did that not happen?
An old friend of mine, sadly no longer alive, was a little girl in Berlin and she remembered her first memory was 1917, and her mother coming into the bedroom and saying, meine Kinder, my children, there is revolution in Russia and we are all going to be free." And I think that was not an unusual feat. I mean, Germany was in turmoil. You can talk about a German revolution in 1918-19 as well as the Soviet Revolution in 1917, and it was possible to see them as part of a sequence. The communists. When the the German Communist Party did get something like 10 or 15% of the vote throughout the 20s, so there was a continuing appeal of the Soviet ideal. But on the other hand, the left in Germany was unbelievably fractious. One of the leaders of the left said, "Yeah, we socialists are very good at struggle, but unfortunately we struggle with socialists and not with capitalists." And I guess that the problem was that the communists were a Marxist party, obviously, and so were, to some extent, the Social Democrats. But they had different ideas about what Marxism implied. There was this script about where the working class was supposed to rise up and defeat capitalism. And so the question on everybody's, the question that the left was divided about was, why isn't the working class acting the role assigned to it in the Marxist plot?
Yes, because it was 10 or 15, and they'd expected a bigger role. Leslie, in 1924, this Institute for Social Research was set up privately and, very importantly, independently of the state. Can you introduce us to the key figures involved?
Pick up the other trailer.
Well, in the initial period, it's set up by a figure called Fritz Weill, and then Karl Grünberg takes control of it. But I think the period when it's coming into its own in the later 20s, there's Max Horkheimer as certainly a significant figure who takes over directorship of the Institute from 1930, and he brings into its orbit Theodor Adorno and as time goes on, a number of other figures, Herbert Marcuse, Erich Fromm, Walter Benjamin, on the fringes of it. So these are some of the main players within the Institute.
And Weill is a Jewish businessman. Why did he put his money and his mind to doing that?
I think he's caught up in the sort of tendencies, fascinations, hopes and interests that Jonathan has been describing as in Germany of the 1920s, this sense that change may happen, could happen, the proximity to Russia and the Soviet Revolution, and the fact of various uprisings in Germany, not just in 18 and 19, but on until 1923, really, where there are small Soviet republics declared in various parts of Germany. Weill, even though he was a millionaire, was also confident and hopeful that Germany too could become a Bolshevik or communist country, and the Institute is set up to in a sense, explore that process, in some ways forward that process. As that wave recedes, it becomes much more about why has the process not happened, what is workers' consciousness, and they get involved in various sort of empirical studies to think about what is.
What a lot of people don't really have connected is that really Hitler, okay, he was anti-Semitic, but what he fundamentally was anti-communist. He was anti sort of people's rights, if you like, and what he saw, what he thought was that the Jews in Germany were going to be the means by which sort of a Russian-led Marxism would take hold in Germany, and that's what gave him the real fear, was that, you know, Marxism would take hold in Germany through the Jews, because to all intents and purposes, from his point of view, the Jews had been, don't give me a fine, the Jews had been given liberty in Russia.
The average German white-collar worker or blue-collar worker thinking, what is their relationship to Germany and to the capitalist society within which they find themselves?
As I understand it, German universities were very bound into the state, sometimes with very fruitful results, particularly in science, for instance. And it's important, I use the word independent in my introduction to this, and the fact that this was an independent institute for social research was important, wasn't it? The independence was a very important factor.
Although it does have a position within the University of Frankfurt and Horkheimer, when he takes over directorship of it, is a professor of the University of Frankfurt, but it does sit very askew with normal German academic process, and it was certainly established to do that, to be absolutely critical of the two main tendencies within German scholarly thought at that time. So Adorno presents himself as a social philosopher, to overturn traditional philosophical, metaphysical thinking as it might be carried out within the university, and at the same time to present the Institute as a scientific body that can do science better than the scientists in the university, who are too tied up in the matter that they're looking at to have any kind of social understanding of the effects of science and technological progress and development.
Sorry, now we're talking about independent-minded men, Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, Walter Benjamin, as I'm afraid I called him, and later Fromm and Marcuse. But let's talk to those three. And yet they're known as a Frankfurt school. Is it possible to say briefly what they had in common? What was their aim as a school? Did they bring something between them as one or two main points that drove through?
I think that the notion of a school as a coherent set of ideas is a little bit difficult, in that it develops over time, and one of the key factors of their thinking is that thinking is tied utterly to the historical moment. And if one thinks about the historical moments that Germany passes through from 1923 to 1969, or whenever we want to sort of close the period, there are many different exigencies and contingent moments. So it's hard to have a summary, but I think all of them are united by a sense that philosophical thinking is necessary, but it needs to think the world in its entirety. It can't take off into this metaphysical plane and just say universal, timeless truths about human action. Philosophy is grounded in social reality and in living, experiencing human beings on the one hand, and that science is a strong force within the world, but it is being used predominantly to exploit nature, to make money for the capitalist system or to dominate and oversee social groups, and so it's not being used in order to forward any sort of aim of human liberation. And human liberation would be, I suppose, one of the central ways in which the Frankfurt School thinks theory should be used to further that cause.
Raymond Geuss, these people are on the political left, so you might expect them to concentrate on the economy, but they seem to concentrate more on Germany's culture. How surprising was that, and why did they choose to do that?
Well, just to take up the points that the two previous speakers made, I think one of the really important things that holds them together, to the extent to which you can hold them together, is the idea that philosophy has to be critical. That is, it shouldn't be like science, it shouldn't be descriptive of the world, it shouldn't affirm the world, it has to criticize the world. Now, what it means to criticize the world is very, very different, and they have their own views about that, but their view is always it has to be critical. Now, in the particular situation in which they found themselves, of course, they expected, along with everyone else, for the German working class to rise up and overthrow the capitalist mode of production. That didn't happen. And now the question is, why didn't that
happen? Did they expect, I may interrupt you for a moment, did they expect that to happen because of a theory, or because they were getting messages from the people, or it looked like that from various little Soviet enclaves that were taking part, which Esther referred to?
Well, they stand at the end of a long tradition of social democratic thought and left-wing thought, which assumes that the only way to understand this society is to understand it as a society that's based on the exploitation of workers, and that the workers won't put up with this forever. So they have this theory, and then they have the example of the Soviet Union in front of their eyes, and so it's almost inevitable for them to think that, well, this is what's going to happen. But it doesn't happen. And again, just to pick up on what Jonathan said, for a philosopher, failure is much more important than success. Failure is the thing that stimulates you to think. If your society puts all of its efforts into a war and it fails, you have to ask the question why. If it succeeds, you don't have to ask the question why, because you can complacently think that you succeeded because, of course, you're naturally superior. That's what every society thinks about itself. So this moment of defeat after the First World War is a moment of great stimulation, and the failure then of the proletariat to rise up and imitate the things that happened in the Soviet Union is also a big theoretical moment for them, because it causes them to reflect on what was wrong with the natural leftist assumptions that they took over from this tradition, namely that all of this would happen by itself, that the exploitation of the workers would be more and more severe, and they would then overturn the system. And why hasn't that happened?
And why hadn't they happened? They turned to culture because they saw, as I understand it, please clarify all this, that capitalism had induced or given, or the proletariat had accepted.
Oh, I forgot my brakes and water.
Their obedience to the system and inculcated what they called a false consciousness, and that was one of the things they concentrated on. Why was this false consciousness there that repressed, with connivance of those who were repressed, what they should have done, which was rise up?
They thought that the whole tradition of social democratic thought in which they grew up was too focused on the economy and wasn't sufficiently interested in other aspects of the society. And they thought that if you understood society as a whole, you'd see that there was an economy, but there was also a culture, and the two of them were interconnected in various ways. And so part of the reason why the proletariat didn't rise up was, of course, because the capitalist class was very strong. But another part of the reason was because the members of the working class had the wrong form of consciousness. They were deceived about their own interests, and therefore it was a task which previous social democratic thinkers had not posed for themselves, the task of understanding why the workers had the false consciousness that they had.
Jonathan, briefly, Horkheimer said he wanted to develop a critical theory to explore and perhaps explode this false consciousness. What was new about that?
Well, he made this contrast between traditional theory and critical theory. And some people say that really he was using the word critical theory because he was a bit too frightened to use the word Marxism. That's not quite true. I mean, the general idea of criticism is, he's saying critical theory recognises that every theory is a response to a certain interest that the theorist has. And critical theory is based on the future interests of the oppressed. Traditional theory is based on complacency about the status quo. That's the general distinction. But there's a deeper point in this idea of criticism. The word criticism is one that is all over the work of Karl Marx. But the Marxism of the Communist Party didn't make much of this idea of criticism. The Marxism of the Communist Party thought in terms of iron laws of history that were propelling the historical process. What Horkheimer and the other members of the Institute were very impressed by was an argument of Marx's, right at the beginning of Volume 1 of Capital, where Marx talks about the fetish character of the commodity. And the idea here is that it's not just consciousness that is false, there's something about the whole economic system that is false, because what capitalism brings about is the idea that commodities can't be understood just in terms of what they are, things can't be understood just in terms of what they are in themselves, but in terms of what they can be exchanged with. Everything becomes replaceable by something else. That's the essence of fetishism in Marx's theory. So that the task of critical theory is to undo this work of fetishism and enable us to see objects as they really are in themselves, rather than just see them in terms of their the task of critical idea that commodities can't be understood. This idea of criticism. The word criticism is one that is all over the work of Karl Marx. But the Marxism of the Communist Party didn't make much of this idea of criticism. The Marxism of the Communist Party thought in terms of iron laws of history that were propelling the historical process. What Horkheimer and the other members of the Institute were very impressed by was an argument of Marx's, right at the beginning of Volume 1 of Capital, where Marx talks about the fetish character of the commodity. And the idea here is that it's not just consciousness that is false, there's something about the whole economic system that is false, because what capitalism brings about is the idea that commodities can't be understood just in terms of what they are, things can't be understood just in terms of what they are in themselves, but in terms of what they can be exchanged with. Everything becomes replaceable by something else. That's the essence of fetishism in Marx's theory. So that the task of critical theory is to undo this work of fetishism and enable us to see objects as they really are in themselves, rather than just see them in terms of their exchangeability with other things. And clearly, that's one of the tasks of art, the idea that to bring us into confrontation with objects as they really are in themselves and not just in terms of their equivalence.
Raymond Ghosh, can you take that on? Can you take us into the way Jonathan's outlined very clearly, where that takes us into the use or examination of, or belief in, and the centrality of culture to any debate about levering the working classes out of what they saw as passive repression?
Well, I think they...
I'll have to come back in a second then. I'm going to get my steak out of the fridge, actually, and bring it up to room temperature before I think about cooking it. Nip to the loo. And I suppose make another cup of tea. Here is the problem. I go to the toilet a lot, but I also drink a lot of tea, so it's all accounted for. I think 3 minutes really on all of that. Maybe a bit longer, I don't know. Maybe when I say 2 minutes and 4 minutes, I don't know. But I won't be too long. Catch you in a second.
All think that there is an inherent problem in all forms of culture, including art. They think that forms of art have a natural tendency to make people conformist, because a work of art, in fact, is connected with the pleasure. I take pleasure in a work of art, otherwise we wouldn't produce works of art and we wouldn't consume them. But the pleasure that I take in a work of art is therefore naturally connected with a certain sense of relaxed acceptance of the world in which that work of art exists. So they think that, in fact, if you want to understand how you might resist the the domination of the economic factors that exist in the world at the moment. One of the ways you can do that is to try to see whether you could get a form of art which turned itself against itself. So you could find a form of culture that was negative rather than being affirmative. This distinction between an affirmative culture and a negative culture, or an affirmative culture and a critical culture, is very important for them. And so they find avant-garde works of art like Berg of particular importance. So for them, the point of the work of art is not to make me happy, but as Adorno says in a famous passage, the point of the work of art is to make me unhappy. Because if I'm happy, I'm going to accept the world in which I live. Really, what the work of art should do is it should be oppositional. It should make me unhappy and focus that unhappiness on motivating me to see what the true horrors of the world in which I exist are.
Esther Leslie, they drew on many ideas, but I'd like to pick up Sigmund Freud, on whom they drew, which I think relates to what Raymond just said. Can you bring that into a remark, or a paragraph or two, about the way Freud played into what they were doing about culture, thinking about culture?
I think Freud's very important for them in terms of this whole question of acceptance and conformism. So the elements of Freud which they take over in particular would be questions around regression or sadomasochism, or why do we get pleasure out of watching other people's charmed lives being played out on screen, or why do we take pleasure in Donald Duck taking a beating in the cartoons and find that amusing? And Adorno's verdict on that is it's accommodating us to our own beatings, because essentially we are sadomasochistic subjects within a society that keeps us endlessly suffering and turns that suffering into a type of pleasure. And one could see then how Freudian notions of regression might play a role there, and this also comes to be part of the explanation for why people become susceptible to the charms of the dictator, equally as to the charms of the Hollywood star who addresses the audience as an infantilized subject whose desires can be fulfilled by this other figure.
It does suggest that they have a feeling of the malleability of the proletariat, that these people just yield, surrender to what's given to them, and they don't really have any minds of their own.
That has been part of the criticism, but I don't think it's part of the impulse for the thinking. It's trying to address the fact that there's an incredible totality that emanates from the mode of production, that capitalism and the fetish of the commodity and the social relations on which it's based and all of its values of competition and so on is forced outwards across the whole society, and it is as if everybody affected by that is trapped in a kind of cage of only certain modes of existence, and nobody can resist that, in a sense. And their analysis is not just directed at the working class as dupes or dopes of these systems, but everybody, from the scientist to the journalist to the bureaucrat, is carrying out the logics of the society.
Can I just ask for a footnote, Raymond, before we move on? Would they almost be saying that if you're happy, you really don't know what's going on? If you're happy, you're missing out on the real world. Your feeling of and your acceptance of, or your seeking for happiness, is basically unreal and profoundly, well, let's put it, say, third rate.
They think that if you're happy in any society known to us, you're...
As usual, this has triggered me to think, I need to do some more reading around the topic, actually. I don't know if I'm going to go for a steak. I didn't get my steak out of the fridge, so I might just have some pasta or something easy. But Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand critical theory. I haven't taken the time to look into critical theory. I mean, I'm getting the impression that this Frankfurt School came out of like sort of 1920s Germany or more 1930s, sort of evolved across sort of what I call Weimar Germany, but I don't know how long Weimar Germany is as a period. And like, it's sort of like itself offers a critique about sort of like fascism, communism, capitalism, or all these like sort of mainstream, like, you know, all these mainstream ideologies within the Overton window type thing of like how to run human societies. But I haven't heard anything about it offering an alternative. But then that's sometimes a criticism of criticisms. When people criticise something, you know, like I've criticised the Tory party, and some people have said, well, what's your alternative? And it's like, that doesn't invalidate my criticism. Just because I'm not offering an alternative does not invalidate the fact that I'm criticising. Do you know what I mean? You can criticise something without providing an alternative. But it also, I got the impression this then looks at a bit more at human nature, because I don't think our current socio-political systems reflect human nature. You know, I think human nature, innately humans are nurturing, cooperative, and social. You know what I mean? We are essentially good innately. And I think we've had a move of, to be blunt, I think that we are innately good species, but some of our species, through their own poor psychology, you know what I mean, bad childhood experiences, whatever, have taken hold of power and dominated others. And it's so much easier to control the minds of people through fear than it is through goodness. Do you know what I mean? Oh, there's, you know, on the other side of that mountain, there's a group of people that want to kill you. You need to train your sons up to become military. And do you know what I mean? I think there's been like a cancerous corruption and ideology that has taken hold of society. You know, the Bible, the Christian Bible, would have some ideas as to where exactly that has come from. But, you know, I just think, yeah, the social systems that we're brainwashed into right now do not reflect our innate desires. And I think that's why people are becoming apathetic, because it's like a cognitive dissonance, isn't it? You are believing one thing but living in a social system that executes another thing. You believe that, you know, the planet is beautiful and we should look after the planet, yet you go out and buy meat in plastic packaging. You know what I mean? Like to eat at KFC is horrific. You are contributing to an industry that brutally murders millions of chickens every year for being male, for being non-productive. You know what I mean? The only chickens that are worthwhile for KFC are female chickens. You know what I mean? If you drink milk in your tea or coffee, you're contributing to an industry that is completely unnecessary. The dairy industry is a fallacy. It's a load of shit. Scientifically, I'm talking about. The idea of needing to drink the milk of another species on a regular basis is not grounded in science. It is grounded in making a very few people wealthy. Do you know what I mean? And they're the same fucking shareholders as every other food industry. And so there is a cognitive dissonance arising between what we want and what our desires are, and how we identify ourselves, and the actual way that we live in this world, at least in the West, you know what I mean, at least in the developed world, because we are, but we almost, like, most people are aware of this. Most people are aware that eating at McDonald's is a bad thing. Most people know this. Most people know that cattle ranching is one of the major causes of deforestation. Most people know that we shouldn't really be slaughtering other species, other life on this planet unnecessarily for our own, pleasure. Because eating McDonald's is not nutritional. Fuck me. There's an American professor who put a burger in a glass jar, not even vacuum sealed it, just burger in a glass jar, and it's still there looking the same as it was 20 years ago. There's not even the bacteria found nutritional value in a McDonald's. You know what I mean? It is not it is not for nutrition that we eat these things. It's for bloody pleasure because they put the taste enhanced, blah blah blah. And so we know these things are bad, yet we still continue to live and support a social system that's doing so much harm to both humans and life on this planet and the entire ecology of our planet. And I do think, perhaps this Frankfurt School offers a criticism of those social systems. I don't know, that's the impression I get anyway, but it's inspired me enough to put a note on the old tablet and have a read about it, actually, because this is like a very short summary offered by In Our Time. I've got The Theology of the Darkness, Baobab Fruit, a book, God of Small Things, from that Desert Island Discs author, I can't pronounce the name, can't remember how to, and now the Frankfurt School, all things I've discovered just listening randomly to podcasts whilst driving trucks around. Okay, I will continue driving trucks around.
Liable to be happy only by virtue of being rather obtuse, and that being happy will make you rather obtuse.
You're not going to go further?
Well, how far would you like me to go? I'm happy to go as far as you like. I don't know.
You can't use that word.
I can't use which word?
Happy. You said I'm happy to go as far as
Freud has this very useful concept. I think he talks about gain through illness, and the idea is that people become neurotic not actually because it actually gets them something. You produce neurotic symptoms, and that actually makes your life easier to live. And I think that's rather the way to think about the possible happiness of the working class, that they gain through working as if there was nothing possible except a commodity society, an exchange society. So it's not completely false, it's not completely crazy to think that if you're a conformist you'll get on better.
There is a way which I think is very important to keep in mind, in which they're not worried about not being affirmative. They're happy to be completely negative. That's one of the things they hated most about the United States. They go to the United States, and the first thing they're confronted with is people telling them to keep smiling all the time, people telling them to be happy, people telling them to... Brecht at one point says, it's really exhausting to live in this country. Everybody's always telling me to keep smiling, but sometimes I just prefer to be depressed and look in the air and not do anything. And so they have no objection to this Schopenhauerian view that the world we live in is basically a horrible place and an evil place, because it could be so much better, but it is only what it is. So it could be paradise, Adorno says, but instead of being paradise, it's really just California.
Which takes us to America, Jonathan. They left, and the Nazis got busy. They knew they had no place there, these people, and so they went first to Geneva and then to America. Walter Benjamin, alas, took his own life he was trapped. The others, and in America they joined people like Brecht and Thomas Mann on the West Coast. Why didn't they go to the Soviet Union?
I don't think it crossed their mind to go to the Soviet Union. I mean, one of the points about their analysis of contemporary society was that they thought capitalism had changed. It wasn't just that Marxism needed to be reformed, it was that the world had changed. And they used this phrase, late capitalism or state capitalism too. And the idea was that actually the Soviet Union was a capitalist country too. They were never tempted. Well, Benjamin was tempted by the Soviet Union. The others,
George Lucas, he wasn't part of the group.
He wasn't part. Absolutely, he was not.
Contemporary
He was not
intellectual.
Part of the group. And they were rich, prosperous bourgeois people. They depended on the vast investments which had gone into the institute at its foundation, as Esther was explaining. And Max Horkheimer was sensible enough to move the funds to Switzerland and then to America. They were, because they thought that everybody was compromised by the system. They weren't trying to make themselves into saints, into heroes of political purity. America was much the most convenient place for them to go, and actually they were anti-American, but they were also, especially after the Second World War, they were also very anti-American.
Right, let's stick with America for a moment, Esther. They start in New York. They obviously keep their own language, keep their own magazines, keep very much to themselves, are regarded as strange Mandarins, but then that's nothing new in America. All sorts of groups come in and are regarded as strange. That's one of the strengths or characters of the country. But when they get to Hollywood, that's where they meet consumer culture. That's where they meet public capitalism. That's where they meet what we nowadays call celebrity. What did they make of that?
I think this was a very striking experience, especially for Adorno and Horkheimer, who are in Los Angeles, in Hollywood, at the heart of the beast of American mass popular culture. And it is as if they have turned up somewhere that is the antithesis to all that they remember about Europe, which of course has been destroyed by the Nazis, but a tradition of high modernist music, difficult avant-garde culture, all that is being destroyed by the Nazis, and they personally have left it all behind to turn up in a place of slip-on shoes and off-the-peg clothing and cheap plastic goods and Hollywood stars and advertising, this whole environment glaring down at them from billboards. And in terms of their sensibility, they just find it repulsive. What it enables them to think about is this notion that culture, this place that should be a space for subjective expression and with a little glimmer of sort of utopian, non-instrumentalized life in it, has become industrialized. And so they talk of the culture industry, which should be an anathema, but it's not. It's what powers the whole of California.
In their writings while they were in America, they changed again when they came back to Europe. Is there any trace of the fact that, yes, it's all, they say, it is all the things you say, and Germany is full of high culture and all this, but the German high culture led to them voluntarily going into a massive war, and the American slip-on shoes was struggling towards producing what people think of as a great democracy. Did they not ever make that comparison?
I think...
Also things that people wanted to see.
Yeah, obviously they realised that for all the culture that was produced in Germany, it did not prevent the ultimate barbarism of Nazism, which is...
But did disappear in their writings? I'm not trying to be... I am interrogating, I didn't mean to be. I just was interested. They'd say that afterwards, but what about while in America? Don't they see it while they're there? Between 40 and 45 or 60. Raymond, you want to come in?
You see, you're again presupposing that there must be a solution. If it's not European high culture, it's going to be American culture industry. And that's exactly what they're rejecting. They're rejecting the necessity to choose. They're rejecting the view that, well, if it's not one, it must be the other.
That's what I was saying.
They're standing up for their ability to say, no, it's not that. And it's also not the only other alternative that's around at the moment. And then if you say to them, well, what are you to do? Well, that's the question that really disturbs them, and they don't know what to say about that.
Right.
But they still stand up for their ability to reject both sides of any given dichotomy.
Yeah, Adorno has this wonderful little
I'm
essay
starting to like the sound of this
when he was
Frankfurt
in
School.
America about Hollywood films. He says it's like these children's stories where a witch is offering some poison broth to some children, and she's saying, yum, 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 this is really gorgeous, you're really going to enjoy this. And he says this is the basic trick that Hollywood plays. And he says, where did they learn this trick? They learned this trick from Richard Wagner, the great, the operatic the composer of music dramas in 19th century Germany, and from some people's point of view, the great hero of German culture. So if there's something wrong with Hollywood, where does it come from? It comes from the hearts of what's rotten in Germany.
Raymond, guys, they seem to have thought that popular culture was subtly oppressive as well. Not so subtly oppressive, but high art offered glimpses of hope. Could you address those 2 points, please?
Well, if you think that popular culture has as its function to make people satisfied with the status quo, and to hide from them the reality of the life they're living, then it isn't surprising that you think there's something deficient about that. The model of an alternative way of doing art, which they think might have some critical potential, is something like the music of Alban Berg. Adorno had been a trained musician, as you know, and worked with a student of composition of Berg. And so if you think of Berg's operas like Lulu or Wozzeck, that's the model, I think, that they have of what kind of art could be both liberating and encourage reflection. And there, the basic idea is that this is a work of art that's inherently negative. It presents happiness, but it presents happiness only in the form of a contrast with everything that's presented in the world. So you see the world in which Wozzeck lives, it's horrible. He's oppressed by the captain, he's betrayed by his wife, everything goes wrong. And somehow the presentation of that work of art, of that world of horror, in a way that is still comprehensible to people with the appropriate aesthetic sensibility as something that they can enjoy, gives you a negative image of what the world could be like. The world could be like exactly the opposite of the world that's described in Wozzeck.
I think that's interesting to reflect back on. The culture industry is precisely not giving an image of difference or otherness, isn't it? Adorno has this phrase, the dreams do not dream, that popular culture is precisely not an escapism, it's precisely the pushing through of exactly the same values that exist in the sphere of work and everywhere else, of kind of domination, of competition between people and so on, whereas this different avant-garde culture also embodied in Beckett, even in its black, stumpy negativity, at least proposes that things could be different from what we have, could be other worlds.
If you think of there's a famous Hollywood film from the 40s called It's a Wonderful Life, and that, as it were, sums up what they thought about the nature of these Hollywood films. They were kitschy, sentimental ways of saying the life you live is wonderful, and that was the thing they were most... and, of course, Wozzeck doesn't say the life this person leads is wonderful. It says the life he leads is really terrible. Think to yourself about what something different might be.
But that isn't the whole of popular culture, is it? I mean, they saw the Hollywood part of popular culture, but there's all sorts of other popular culture going in the States. I mean, people singing protest songs, strumming guitars in the Midwest on the railroads, writings which actually pointed to the other side of America. We think of Steinbeck and Grapes of Wrath. I mean, there's a lot of evidence going all over the place.
There was Mark Twain as well. Adorno definitely had a soft spot for Mark Twain. And we should remember, actually, that these guys were not just theorists. And I mean, they wanted to be artists in a way. Benjamin was a translator. He wrote an extraordinary... I mean, he was an essayist. He was a developer of the art of the essay. All of them were interested in using aphorisms, writing sort of philosophy in the form of poetry rather than in the form of... I think the word theory but gets us off on the... And do you know, Adorno in the 30s planned to write an opera. He wrote a libretto for it. It's called Der Schatz des Indianer Joe. Yeah. It's an opera about Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. That was what that would have been his masterpiece if he'd managed to become the great musician that he wanted to be.
Can we talk, when they come back to Europe, Roman guys, after the defeat of the Nazis, they returned to Frankfurt, Adorno and Horkheimer do. What was their thinking now, after Germany, after fascism, so did their thinking change? How did they apply their philosophy, as it were, in the late 40s in Germany, to Germany? Did it change their thought? You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. Well, I have what I think is a rather non-standard view, one that's not shared by most people, which is that I think their real theoretical work was the work they did in the United States. They hated it, but precisely because they hated it so much, it was very productive for them. And so when they went back to Frankfurt, they essentially continued doing the same sorts of things they had done.
Why
in
has
the
he
40s,
just stopped there?
Developing the position they had there. Adorno at one point says, and I think this is very important for the discussion, the only thing that's true are exaggerations.
Oh, now he's put his foot
I think
down.
You have to see that all of their theoretical activity is an attempt to draw attention to certain things by exaggerating certain salient features. So of course they knew that there were parts of popular culture that were not quite like Hollywood. They knew that. But they also thought that exaggerating it by presenting the culture industry as if that was the only thing was a kind of wake-up call. And it was cognitively very important. And so they go back to Germany and they attempt to bring back the sense of the seriousness of a certain kind of high culture without allowing that to be compromised by the National Socialist past.
And I think also they take the kind of partly empirical work they've been doing into the personality and so on in America and reapply that back in Germany to ask how could these people have become susceptible to Nazism? Are there still traces of fascism or Nazism within German society? What is democracy? How do you keep democracy? And it's those questions that play very closely into the German student movement of the 60s, who then start to perceive elements of continuing fascism within the society. And so there's this direct kind of inflow of their ideas into 68 and they're mobilising students.
But their belief in the possible redeeming place of high art, isn't that not challenged by what we began this programme with, a quotation from Adorno, to write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric, Jonathan?
Well, you know, to go back a bit, I think that it was when they got back to Germany, they thought of themselves as anachronisms. And I think one very important point is the death of Walter Benjamin in, was it 1940? Yeah, was... That sort of brought that really knocked the stuffing out of them. I think they all regarded Benjamin as the most talented of them all, and they felt that they hadn't treated him very well. They were very rude to him in a way, but they thought that was going to stimulate him into new work, which was never going to be. And I think there was a real sense of mourning. I mean, they went on living, but it was a kind of afterlife. And obviously, when they got back and in the 60s were confronted by left-wing students, they were completely puzzled by this. I mean, Adorno writes about how very strange it is to have him find himself constantly being attacked as a cultural and political reactionary, because he'd spent his whole life sort of trying to court the opposite criticism.
So Raymond goes, did the bleak worldview continue?
Yes, he when Adorno, as the previous speakers have said, Adorno and Horkheimer become kind of patron saints of the student movement in the 60s, and then at a certain point there's a rupture between the students and the two of them. A famous occasion, as you know, the students occupy the Institute for Social Research, and Adorno calls the police to have them thrown out. So he reacts just in the way every other bourgeois professor would have acted in similar circumstances. And the interesting part about it is that he is completely nonplussed by the students' reaction to this. He says, I only thought I was describing some theoretical models, and they tried to realize these with Molotov cocktails. And so you see that by this point he's got completely out of touch with the world. I think Jonathan was right. Benjamin, in a funny way, was a stable... He didn't look like it at the time, but he was a kind of stabilizing element in the whole thing. And they somehow lose a bit of touch with reality back in the New Germany.
Finally and briefly, Esther, do you think their views are relevant and prevalent today?
I think Adorno's thinking on mass culture, which went through a period of being very unfashionable, postmodernism, which embraced popular culture, hated Adorno, he was the bogeyman. But I think in an era of X Factor and Creative Industry PLC Britain, his ideas have come back quite forcefully, and he's been certainly read again.
Well, thank you very much. So Leslie, Jonathan Ray, Raymond Geuss, thank you for hurtling through that. And next week we'll be talking about the Glencoe Massacre, 1692. Thank you for listening.
X Factor Britain.
If you've enjoyed this Radio 4 podcast, why not try others, such as Thinking Aloud, where Laurie Taylor discusses the latest social science research. To find out more, visit bbc.co.uk/Radio 4.
Wait, there's a way to do this, isn't there? That's the wrong way. God damn. This is the most awkward. Like, how am I supposed to reverse this trailer? Well, I'm not reversing the trailer. It's the other thing. I've got to, like, get the trailer in there by turning myself around. But how am I supposed to turn around in this place? Because there's nowhere to turn around. The only thing I could think to do, which is going to be a horrible mess, might be some broken cars. Let's go up here. All the way in here. I mean, this is the worst. Yeah. Like, how am I supposed to... How the hell am I supposed to turn this trailer around here? I think I need to just forget about the trailer for a second, just get the truck turned around, the actual tractor unit itself. Can I do that? Can I make that? If I can clear that building. Yeah, that's a horrible way to line things up. Like, I can't drop this right, well, at least with the right way round, but how am I going to get out of this now? Just try and reverse. Right. Return to the power plant. Look at this though, here. There's a madness. Like a 20-point turn. That's a crazy drop off. I wouldn't want to do that again. Okay. Oh, that was an interesting one. It's motivated me to read a little bit more about the Frankfurt School. Sort of in the mood for another in our time, but what's the let's have a do a bit too much in our time. Let's have a look at something really simple. What was the one that bit of a horror? The werewolf.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. There's a potential killer on the loose in your city. 18 women have been beaten and robbed by this man. The newspapers call him the Werewolf. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday morning, February 2nd. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the early morning watch out of robbery detail. Detectives in Los Angeles work in pairs. My partner's Ben Romero. He's a sergeant, and so am I. My name's Friday. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. I was on the way back from the teletype room, and it was 3 a.m. when I got to room 27A, robbery detail. Hi, Ben. What's up?
Keep the coat on, Joe. Just had a hotshot call. Coming, Skipper?
Right behind you. Let's go, Freddy.
What was it, Ed?
Another woman robbed, almost beaten to death.
Well, how many does that make?
About 18 in 6 weeks. Is that right, Skipper?
Yeah, 18 too many. Come on down these stairs to the garage.
Yeah. What about that suspect we had, Ed?
You mean Martin?
Yeah.
Had to release him this morning. But I got a good tail on him, Henderson.
Yeah. We got any reports yet?
Nothing definite to hold him for. Here's the garage. Let's hustle.
Right.
Then if this isn't Martin's job, Skipper, and he's not the right man...
Then we start all over again, and we work night and day till we find the right man. Here's the car. Let's go.
Ben, you drive.
Yeah, all right.
How do the victims describe this guy, Ed?
Pretty sketchy. Supposed to be tall, dark, long black hair. Last woman said he had a face like an animal. Something like a dog. Or a wolf.
A wolf?
Yeah. She said something like a werewolf.
Something like a werewolf. Well, he almost had to be that, judging from the way he operated. He was either an animal or a raving maniac. One thing we were sure of, he was smart and he was dangerous. For almost 2 months, he prowled the streets in a stolen car in the early morning, usually between 3 and 5 a.m. And the victims were always lone women, most of them waitresses, coming to work or going home. He dragged them into the car, robbed them, beat them until they were unconscious, and then throw the body out into the street. That's just what we found when we pulled up to the curb near the corner of 8th and Grand. One cruiser car was already there, and so was the ambulance. About a dozen people were standing around looking at the crumpled figure of a woman sprawled out on the sidewalk. 2 officers were talking to the only witness, a thin, sallow-faced newsboy. His story didn't give us much to go on.
Like I was telling these cops, or these officers, sir, I was walking up 8th Street on my way home as usual when I see this blue Chevy sedan pull up down the block there a little way and dump out the dame's body. Well, actually, I don't know what to think.
You get a look at the license plate?
Well, no, I didn't. To tell you the truth, I could hardly keep from... Well, I was just plain scared.
Well, what did you do after you saw him throw the body out, son?
Well, I just stood there for a minute, and the fellow in the car drove right on past me. Did you get a look at him? I sure did.
How close were you when he drove past?
Well, it couldn't have been more than, 8 or 10 feet away. I was right over there by the street light near the curb. Would you know this man if you saw him again? I don't know about his height or his build or his weight, but, mister, his face I'll never forget. Why do you say that? It was just like the paper says about him. Right here on the front page. Here, read it. See? Woman says the attacker looked like werewolf. That's all the newsboy could tell us. The suspect drove a blue sedan. He had a face like a werewolf. We covered the neighborhood for clues, and we questioned a dozen people, but we got nowhere. We took the witness's name and address, and we drove down a couple of blocks to an all-night gas station.
14-hour ultimate code. I'm going in here and call the office and see if Henderson's called in on Martin. We might still have a suspect.
Right, Skipper? Looks as mad as a wet hornet, doesn't it, you?
Yeah. Did you get a good look at that woman's face when they moved her in the ambulance?
Yeah. Sure does like to mess him up.
Oh, I don't know how we're going to get him, Ben, but we better do it fast. Next time, it'll probably be murder.
Oh, here comes the skipper, Joe. Uh-oh. Doesn't look good.
What is it, Ed?
Just talked to Henderson. He tailed Martin to a bar in Long Beach. Hasn't been out of his sight for 2 minutes since yesterday. Martin's clear.
And we're right back where we started.
Yeah, with one more half-dead woman in the hospital.
Well, how about that stolen car, Skip?
Wait a minute.
Victim of
Get that
211
radio
and
up.
attack. Code 3. Ambulance dispatched. Attention, all units. On Grand Avenue between Venice and Washington. A woman, victim of robbery and attack. Code 3. Ambulance to task.
Code 3, red light and siren. Come on, Friday, let's roll.
We couldn't be sure, but it sounded like another one. 6 minutes later, we were there. Same story. Werewolf. The next day, the chief ordered the number of cruiser cars doubled in the Central District. This was for the early morning watch with plainclothesmen to back them up. Then the newspapers played it big, and in 2 days, the story was on the front page of every paper in town. Maybe that should have made the werewolf lay low, but it didn't. Because at 4 o'clock that morning, while Ben and I were patrolling with the other cars, he got his 20th victim.
Attention, all units. Whittier between Soto and Matthews. A woman, victim of 211 and attack. Code 3. Ambulance dispatched. Here's a report on that blue sedan he used the other night, Joe. Found it out on Anaheim Telegraph Road.
Any luck with it?
Not one fingerprint we can use.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Well, how about the auto theft detail?
Same old story, Joe. He steals a car, uses it once, and then drops it. Never leaves a thing behind.
That's great. We're sure moving fast.
How about that big guy you picked out of the lineup this morning?
Oh, I checked his alibi. It's perfect.
Now we haven't got even half a clue.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's check with Ed. He's instructing the policewomen on a plan for tonight.
All right. Now you've heard the report. You understand how the suspect operates and what you're to do.
I think so.
Remember, all of you forget you were ever policewomen. Change the way you walk, the way you carry yourselves. That's the part you're playing, all right? And be careful and don't take any chances. All right, Freddy.
Okay, Ed. Now, just to make sure you look the part, we're spotting each one of you at different restaurants and coffee shops throughout the Central District. And from 7 o'clock tonight until daylight tomorrow, each one of you is going to be a waitress. You got that? Okay, Ben, you want to give them their assignments?
Okay, Joe. Well, here's the way it lines up. Marge Kissel at the Top Hat Cafe. That's on 9th Street between Alpharad and Westlake. Okay. And Katie Welch, Joe's Coffee House, Brooklyn Soto. Right. Pat Fielding at the All-Night Steakhouse on Figueroa Street between Florence.
No, the trick of using decoys to lure criminals into a trap wasn't exactly new, but, well, it was just one of the old tricks that we figured might land the werewolf behind bars. At 7 that night, Ben and I made the rounds and found each of the policewomen on her job as a waitress. Well, the overall
Gonna have to put my foot down.
The girls were to leave the different restaurants
Can I get this done in
5 a.m. that morning. And
no time
pretend they
whatsoever?
were walking home. We mapped different courses for each one of them to throw out as much bait as possible and yet not to make it look suspicious. Each policewoman, from the time she left the restaurant and stepped out into the deserted streets, would be pretty much on her own. We had officers planted all along the way at designated intervals, but a big element of chance and danger was still there. All we could do was cross our fingers and hope.
How much more time, Joe?
Let me see. She's due in 2 minutes.
Waiting gets on your nerves.
And it won't be long.
This corner doorway's a pretty good lookout spot.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Listen.
Who is it, Joe?
Can you see? Get back.
What is it?
Wait a minute. It's Marge Kissel. There's a man following her, a big guy.
If it's the werewolf, where's his car?
I don't know. Maybe he changed his plans. Get back. Here they come.
You look at him, Joe?
Oh, pretty good. Not too suspicious. Might be coincidence.
I think that's a pretty good lead. Come on, let's go.
Stay back in the shadows.
Hey, Joe. Joe, where'd the guy go to? I lost him.
A little coffee shop up on the next corner. See? Take a look.
Oh, yeah. He's opening the door. He's turning on the light. Looks like a false alarm, Joe.
Well, let's check him anyway. Well, I didn't think we'd be that lucky on the first try, and we weren't. We asked the man a few questions. It didn't take him long to show us he wasn't our man. He owned the coffee shop. So, Ben and I went back and took up our posts again and waited for the next decoys. We covered that 10-block course 6 times that morning, back and forth, following the bait, but it was almost as if the guy could sense a trap. Not once did we get a nibble. By the time our last decoy finished the route, it was almost daylight.
Joe, I never was so glad to see that sun come up my whole life. My feet feel like they're puffing right up out of my shoes.
Yeah, me too. Come on, let's get over to the car and check on the other squad out in Boyle Heights. Hit the radio, 80K to Unit 104K. Come in.
104K to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
104K, this is Friday. You do any good out there?
This is Miller. I'll call Curtis. Stand by.
80K to 104K, Roger. What do you think, Joe? Maybe a bite? I don't know. Oh, this guy seems to work like a mind reader. Well, he can't win all of them.
104K to Unit 80K. This is Curtis. Go ahead.
This is Friday, Al. How'd you do out there? Any luck?
Just checked in the last ghetto, Joe. Andy Welch, not a sign.
Okay, Al. Have the men check in. 80K clear. KGPL. Okay, let's go, Ben. When we finally got back to the office that morning, both Ben and I were ready for some sleep, but it didn't look like we were going to get it. We just about finished going through the overnight reports for some kind of a lead when the phone rang. Robbery Friday.
Hi, Joe. This is Wilkerson, auto theft.
Hi, Wilkie. You got something for us?
Not much, Joe, but it might work into something. Just got a report in on a pair of stolen license plates.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm not much of a hawk show, but I figure there's just a chance it might be your werewolf boy.
How come?
I don't know. Maybe just a hunch. After 13 years in this business, you get to know thieves pretty well. Sometimes you got to even think like them.
Okay, Wilkie, thanks. We'll check by in a couple of minutes.
Right, Joe.
What do you have to say?
A pair of license plates stolen last night. Wilkie's got a hunch it could have been our man.
Well, might be an angle, Joe. If that werewolf guy'd hang on to one car long enough, we'd have a chance at it.
Oh, he's too smart for that.
I don't know, Joe. Sooner or later, he's going to make a mistake.
Yeah. Come on, let's check with Wilkie.
Oh, at least it's on the left here.
Well, we checked with Wilkerson. We got the best piece of news we'd had in days. On the average, 95% of stolen cars are recovered or located within 24 hours. In the remaining 5%, Wilkerson, by a simple process of elimination, narrowed down the number of cars the suspect might be driving. Wilkie figured 6 cars.
There they are. Now, bet you if you picked up your man tonight, he'd be in one of these cars.
Let me see. 2-door black sedan, yellow convertible, another sedan, green, blue coupe, black coupe, and a gray convertible.
Getting more challenging, these missions.
We got something to look for now.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Wilkie, you got the numbers of those stolen plates you're talking about?
Yeah, right here, Ben. They're already on the hot sheet.
Good. Keep us posted, huh?
As usual, Ben.
See you later, Wilkie.
It's a good break, Ben. Something to keep us
Stop.
busy tonight.
Tonight? What do you mean?
We're setting another trap. Same thing as last night. Same police women, same everything.
Yeah, only this time let's hope he steps into it. You know, Joe, this werewolf character's getting me
Done.
That night, we followed in our own footsteps. We planted the policewomen decoys in 3 separate districts, and a few minutes before 3 a.m., our squad of men took up their positions. The same policewomen went to their waitress jobs in the same restaurants, and Ben and I and the rest of the men stood in darkened doorways or empty filling stations or whatever cover we could find. And we waited and waited.
What time is it, Joe?
Let me look. 4:30.
Thank you. Any sign, Joe?
No, nothing yet. Come on, stay in the shadows. That's the way it went all through the early morning. Same plan over and over again until daylight. Ben and I'd check in at the station, go over the late stolen car reports with Wilkie, catch a few hours sleep at home, and then come back and do it all over again. The next night, the next morning, the night after that, and the morning after that. 5 days later, Ben and I were ready to call it quits.
I'll admit it, Joe, I can't figure it. The guy's either psychic or else he can smell a cop a mile away.
Yeah, well, at least we got that stolen car angle left. Did you check with Wilkie yet this morning?
I'll give him a call now.
All right.
Auto theft, Wilkerson.
This is Ben, Wilkie. You got anything for us this morning?
Yeah, just gonna call you. You fellas ought to let me solve your cases for you.
Why? What'd you get?
The boys picked up 3 of those 6 stolen cars since late yesterday.
Great. Now, what does that leave us with?
Well, here are the 3 still missing.
Yeah.
4 X-ray 763.
Yeah.
5-6 Young 342. 6-1 Robert 385.
Yeah.
Got those?
Yeah, thank you, Wilkie. Check you later.
Good news?
Remember those 6 missing cars?
Yeah.
Wilkie says the boys found 3 of them since late yesterday. Here's what's still out. The blue coupe, the yellow convertible, and the gray convertible.
Yeah. Well, this feels like the right track for a change, Ben.
Righty. Romero, got a minute?
Sure thing, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
What do you got, Ed?
Woman out in Hollywood just called in with this. She Said she walked down to the corner from her house last night to mail a letter. On the way back, a guy pulled up in the car and tried to drag her inside.
Any description?
Big, heavy-set, dark, same thing.
Well, how'd you get away from him, Skipper?
She said she started running as soon as he made a motion toward her. When he saw her run up the steps of her house, he jumped back in the car and took off.
Well, how come she didn't call in before this?
She hasn't got a phone. She's ready to leave the house again this morning.
Sounds good, Chief. You got her address there?
Yeah. Mrs. Tom Burdick, 1237 Wilcox, apartment 10.
Come on, Ben. This might be what we're looking for.
Who is it? Who's there?
Sergeant Friday, ma'am. Police.
Oh, just a moment.
I'm Sergeant Romero, Miss Burdick. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday. We come out to check on your call about that little trouble last night.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to be much help to you. I was so frightened about all I could do was just run.
Well, could you add anything to the man's description, Miss Burdick? I mean, other than what you told the chief on the phone?
Well, now, honestly, I don't think I can. All I saw was this tall, dark man jumping out of his car and starting for me. He had a heavy build and seemed to me, well, a large head with lots of long black hair.
Miss Burdick, would you recognize this man if you ever saw him again?
Well, I think I might. He was such an unusually big man, almost frightened me to death.
But just one more question, Miss Burdick. Could you describe the car this man was driving when he approached you?
His car?
Mm-hmm.
Why, yes. It was a gray convertible.
Miss Burdick, are you sure of that?
Yes, I'm sure of it. A gray convertible.
Thank you, Miss Burdick. That's all we wanted to know. Sometimes when you're on a case, you can chase yourself around in circles for weeks trying to fit together just two little pieces of a yard-long jigsaw puzzle. And a lot of the time, you find the answer where you least expect it. But once you get that feeling you're after the right man in the right way, there's nothing that can shake you. When Ben and I got back to headquarters, we went straight to the chief's office with the story, and we had him stake out the gray convertible. In other words, if any detective or officer spotted the car, he reported it back to us, but he stayed away from it. We figured that there probably weren't more than two of the victims who could take the witness stand and identify the man who robbed and beat them. Not with a smart defense lawyer, anyway. So there was only one way to catch this suspect. Red-handed.
Here they are, Joe. Both sets of license numbers for that gray convertible. Here are the original, and here are the numbers on the stolen plates.
Good. Everybody got a hot sheet?
From the chief all the way down to the janitor.
Fine. Now let's get together with Ed, huh?
Hot shot, Joe. Grab it.
I got it.
On the corner of California and Oakwood, a woman badly beaten. On the corner of California and Oakwood, a woman badly...
Come on, Ben, another one.
But, Joe, it's broad daylight.
Yeah, doesn't figure, does it? Come on.
That vacant lot over there, Joe.
Two plainclothesmen and uniformed officers were keeping the crowd back. An ambulance was drawn up by the curb, but it was empty. When we got down to the rear of the lot, we found out why. They were waiting for the coroner. The woman was young, not much more than 30. Her body was half sprawled across the muddy ground, and her face was turned upward. It had been badly beaten.
They figured it happened last night, Sergeant.
Have the fingerprint men been notified?
Yeah.
How about the crime lab?
Just called them.
That's good. Now let's keep everybody out of the area till they get here.
Right, Sergeant.
Who found the body?
One of the kids in the neighborhood. The woman was dead when he found her.
Did she live around here?
About a half mile away. I hear she's got 3 kids. Or she had 3 kids.
Uh-huh. You've seen enough, Ben?
Yeah. Let's get on back to headquarters.
All the way back to headquarters, Ben and I planned our next move. And by the time we got to Ed Backstrand's office, we knew exactly what had to be done. When we told him about the werewolf murder, he didn't say a thing for a minute. He just stared across the room at the calendar on the wall. Then he brought his hand down hard against the desk.
Friday, Romero, I'm only going to say this once, so get it straight. That guy's pulled his last job in this city. He's through robbing and beating women, and he's through with murder. I've given you time to track him down, and now I want him in. No stalls, no excuses. I want him. I don't care how many men you use, and I don't care how you get him, but get him. That's all. Ben
and I worked all that afternoon right through dinner, up until 8 o'clock. By that time, the overall plan was down on paper and already in action. It was one of the biggest things we'd ever tackled, and, well, we didn't know if it was going to work. We only knew it had to work. We had a squad of 65 cars to stretch out over 40 square miles of the city in one big dragnet. The blockade itself would be stationary most of the time, and working inside it would be 2 cars, 14 policewomen as decoys, with 2 plainclothesmen assigned to watch each policewoman. If and when the werewolf was sighted in the gray convertible, we'd automatically take over the police radio for the whole city, and Backstrand would direct the chase from headquarters. A little after 8, we had coffee and hamburgers, and we went to Ben's for a few hours. Ben tucked his kid in bed as usual, and then he laid down for a nap. I talked to his wife until I dozed off in the chair. At 11:30, she woke us up. I combed my hair, put on my coat. Cops' wives are like everybody else's. They worry. When we met Ed at headquarters, we did some last-minute checking on details with Backstrand for about a half an hour, and then we were all ready to go. By 5 minutes past 2, half the dragnet crew pulled out of the police garage and scattered over the city to their places. By 2:35, the other half pulled out, and a few minutes later, Ben and I followed. At 3 minutes to 3 that morning, Backstrand took over communications and checked every car in the operation. It was a good start. Every man in his right place by the right time. The trap was set. All we needed now was to find our suspect, the werewolf, inside.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Control 4 to Unit 80K.
80K to Control 4. Go ahead.
This is Backstrand, standing by.
80K, roger. Clear. KGPL. Okay, Ben. Now let's go find him.
I got a hunch, Joe. Let's try the Wilshire district first.
Sounds all right to me. Let's go. For the first hour and a half, we raked the Wilshire district back and forth. Not a sign. Then about 38 minutes past 4, we headed back for the downtown area and parked in an alley where we could double-check on one of our policewomen decoys.
Here comes one of the gals now, Joe. Pat Field. Bet her feet are almost as tarred as mine.
See anything else, Ben?
Nothing. Quiet as a church. No, wait a minute. Car just turned the corner. Heading up in the same direction she is. Joe, it's slowing down. Wait a minute. He's pulling up beside her. It's a gray convertible. It's him, Joe. Come on.
Ben, get out. He sees us. He's got a gun.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah, look at that guy take off. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4. We've spotted the suspect. He's driving a gray Ford convertible, license 61 Robert 385. Suspect's headed east on Olympic from Alameda, driving without lights. Suspect is armed. He had a fast car and he knew how to drive it. We almost lost him twice. 2 minutes after we sighted him, Backstrand took over full radio control.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Your location?
80K to Control 4. We're traveling at a high rate of speed, headed east on Olympic, crossing Soto Street.
Control 4 to all units. Stand by. Units 11A, 12, and 13R close in on the intersections at Olympic and Marina. Units 41, 42, 45, and 104K move on the next 4 crossings east of that. To the north and south, units 105K, 14A, 17R, 43T. Block all main arteries.
In the next half hour, the 65 cars in the dragnet had pulled in like a noose around a 5-mile area. Ben and I hoped it was just a matter of time. Unit 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to 80K, go ahead.
He's headed north on Fresno Street, crossing Whittier Boulevard.
Attention all units. 80K now pursuing suspect north on Fresno from Whittier Boulevard. Units 15, 105K, 11R, and 18A block off the intersection on Fresno and 4.
Hey, Ben, up there ahead. What's he trying to do now? Look, he's turning around.
Yeah, and he's coming right for us. Watch it, Joe. Look out.
Pretty close. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to 80K, go ahead.
Exchanging shots with suspect. Watch it, Ben. Here he comes again. Sure likes to use that gun, doesn't he?
Sure does. Hey, Joe, look. Now, look, he's turning east. He's running for Hollenbeck Park.
Yeah, 80K to Control 4.
Control 4, go ahead.
Suspect just drove up over curb and into Hollenbeck Park.
Control 4 to all units. Control 4 to all units. Converge on Hollenbeck Park. Suspect is in the
the open and get your hands in the air.
All right, I give up. But don't shoot.
You're a brave kid. Yeah, come on. All right, you get your hands in the air. Come on, higher.
Joe, look out, he's got a knife.
I got him.
Joe, those women were right. He does look like a werewolf.
Yeah. You got your handcuffs.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a cigarette?
I've been out for an hour. Little place across the street. Maybe we can get some there.
Okay. There's the crew from the 41R. Hey, fellas, take him into robbery, will you?
Okay, Friday.
I think there's a vending machine in there.
Say, you got some change for the cigarette machine, mister?
I think so. Say, who was that guy all them cops were after over in the park a little while ago?
I picked up the werewolf. Been reading the paper.
Yeah. You fellas cops?
Yeah.
Sure made it easy for you, didn't he? All you cops had to do was surround the little fella in the park. Nothing to it, huh?
Yeah, that's right, mister. Nothing to it.
2 20-foot, 10-foot containers. 20
The story
foot.
you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Walter Barton, known as the Werewolf, was tried and convicted and is now serving a full life sentence at the state penitentiary. This has been Dragnet, the third in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Sergeant Mario Victor Dairo of the Los Angeles Police Department, who, on the morning of January 1st, 1943, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Wow. I don't know how that got onto my list, but it wasn't good at all, really. I mean, it didn't rock my boat. It's a bit weird, a bit old school. It sounded like one of those old Batman reruns. Do you know what I mean? Like the very original Batman series, which is so unbelievably gimpy. I mean, to just think that they're basically running around in tights. Do you know what I mean? Like it was crazy, really. Like looking back at it. But yeah, I don't know. It was a bit strange. I don't know if it was fictional. It claimed not to be, but sometimes that in itself is fictional. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes things say based on a true story, but they're not. They're just, I don't know, a bit strange. I actually thought that would be about a werewolf as well, so I don't know why it was so very different. I don't know how that's come into my collection, when, or anything. But anything that's particularly good, I sort of save, just mark it as having been listened to. Yeah, that one I'll just get rid of. I don't want to end up re-downloading it, thinking, I don't know how I came across that in the first place, actually. Now my left ass cheek has gone completely. It's gone beyond numb now. It was originally numb. Now it's just a bit painful. I think it's necrotic. Do you know what I mean? Necrotic. I said necrotic. It's gone. It's basically dying. It's like the equivalent of like frostbite for lethargic person. Do you know what I mean? Just going to get this dropped off anyway. I think this will have to be my last job then. I can't not have function of like, you know what I mean, my left, all the glutes on my left hand side, you know what I mean? And then yeah, I'll grab something to eat, in which case that'll be a bit of a longer break. So I think that'll be it for another day or 24-hour period, another Papa Young cycle. I don't know. We'll see. I think so though. I don't think I'm going to jump back on for a while. I've got a few bits and bobs to do. A few more episodes of Voyager to catch up with on season 6. Are we there? We're in Norden. So we're a minute away. Cool. Well, that's been quick. These guys are terrible with the drivers, aren't they? I mean, I noticed a lot of the operations people that we had, like, I don't know, about 4 or 5 full-time drivers employed across the company. And a lot of people in operations, they were shocking with the drivers, actually. They were just like, there was never a plan, do you know what I mean? Like, it was always just like last minute phone calls. We gave them mobile phones. It was always just like every few minutes, just some, you know, their job was just to drive trucks and cart stuff around A to B, but we were always having to make decisions. It was just shoddy. Where am I dropping this now then? One or two of them robbed me once as well. I know they did, but I couldn't prove it, so I dropped it because I just thought, oh, there's no point. But yeah, I used to leave about 20 or 30 quid's worth of £1 coins in the car, just for anything really, car boots, toll charges, whatever. You know what I mean? It was always handy to leave a lot of coins in the car. And I came back to the car, having known I'd lent them the keys one day to go and do something. I can't remember who it was. Came back to the car, and there was like £5 in there. And they basically just helped themselves out to a nice lunch and it really pissed me off. No, they weren't well paid or anything like that, but it was just the cheek of it that assuming that, you know, oh, he's on good money, we'll just rob him. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. It really pissed me off, that. But I brought them into my office to have the conversation, but as soon as I realised this ain't going anywhere, gave them an out of, you know what I mean? Oh, I think you might have borrowed some money. I was going to do the whole, you know what I mean, with one of them. The other one said that you'd borrowed the money and stuff like that, but I thought, no, they'll be smarter than that. They weren't idiots, do you know what I mean? They were not idiots at all. And I couldn't really get. There's nothing I could have done with it, basically. So I just, like, about an hour later, I just made up some shit about, oh, somebody had. I spoke to my partner and she said that, you know, so and so had borrowed it and whatever. I was just like, really fucking loath to have done that. Bring it home. Bring it home. Yeah, it's crazy. Now every time I drop my car off at the garage, I just scoop up all the money, put it into a plastic bag and hide it somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Not even in just the glove compartment. I just like hide it. Oh, where's this trailer around the other side? So does that mean I can't go to sleep? Probably. Right. I can't see shit unless the headlights are on, showing me stuff. Yeah, I can't get out that way, can I? I have to go back out this way. guy, one of the drivers, used to pick up all the old pallets from the business, and we used to get through a lot of pallets of stuff, and he used to just sell them, like, I don't know, once a week, and he supplemented his income to the tune of like a couple of £100 from selling all our old pallets. And I think I was the only like business manager that knew about it, so I just kept quiet. Like, I don't think any, because I know the other guys would have just said to him, you got to stop that, even though we weren't doing anything as a business with it. It sort of helped us out. We didn't have to pay for somebody to come and collect pallets, but we could have, they had a value, they had a resale value. I was like, well, hats off to him. Like, he's entrepreneuring, Nigerian guy. I was like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't mind a slice, but I don't need a slice. I like it, but yeah, so I just kept quiet about that. Yeah, I was amazed that, like, you know, he was doing that, really, like just a grand a month, picking up and transporting pallets around. It's how I learnt there's different types of pallets, different qualities, different grades. Get hooked up. There we go. Would you like to skip the chat dialogue? I think I would, actually. I'm a bit sort of chat dialogued out, really. It hasn't been long since I've had a little rest myself, so I don't know. You know, the stamina doesn't last very long in this game at all, does it? Hopefully long enough for me to make my way back to the lumberjack. I don't know what he is, woodcutter. Round the back of that business that I used to work for was a woodland, and I used to smoke, so I used to just like go for a wander and have a smoke, and I wandered over the fence into this woodland and met this woodcutter, and it was quite interesting because he was proper old school. He was like, you know what I mean, he had some electric equipment, but he was like, he was trying to do things in traditional methods. You know, it was a wealthy area I lived. I mean, so you would get people that would, you know, buy a desk that was made using traditional methods, even if it would cost an absolute arm and a leg to be able to do that. But yeah, you know, people weren't buying their furniture from IKEA, put it that way. And yeah, it was quite interesting. And at the time, I was really into my bushcraft and greenwood skills, which is like carpentry, but not with dried timber. Do you know what I mean? It's like using fresh wood, which is a really interesting way to work. It's a very different way of working, and a much more like intimate way, you know what I mean? A much more interesting way of being intimate with the materials, because you do certain things, like you don't drill with greenwood. You use an oar and you pry the fibres apart, and just certain different ways of working. So it was really interesting to meet him. It wasn't long after that we actually moved sites. We relocated. So I sort of lost contact with him, but I mean, I'd have a chat with him on occasion. But yeah, he was. It was weird. It was like a. I don't know what the term is, but he was not. I wouldn't say reclusive, but he would just turn up to this woodland at like 7 o'clock in the morning. Is he moved across? Good. 7 o'clock in the morning, and then, you know, he'd be out by like 6 p.m. Just a regular day, but just like completely secluded. Do you know what I mean? From the hustle and bustle of like the city, which was like a mile or two just down the road. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know if Guildford's really a city. So I think it wants to be. You know what I mean? It built a cathedral, so it could be. But still, it's like a large town, really, rather a proper city. But yeah, it was just really strange. And there's another business I visited when I was like gaining experience as in IT sales. So I accompanied one of the sales reps, and we went out to a timber yard in Wales, I think it was, somewhere fairly remote, and it was absolutely so beautiful and picturesque. And this IT manager was just working in a very new, modern building. Do you know what I mean? So it was like very luxurious, and it was out in the middle of this beautiful, managed woodland, pine trees, and the smell was incredible. That's what always struck me. It was just like this beautiful smell of pine, and pine can smell so fantastic when you're out and about. It really is such a wonderful smell. And yeah, it was just like so beautiful, this place. I don't know if it was noisy or anything. It wasn't when I was there, but it was just this absolutely beautiful timber yard. Let's go. And I always just thought, yeah, somewhere like that, I would love to have worked. You know what I mean? Rather than stuck in an office block or on an industrial estate. That's one thing I would be reluctant to do, and I would discourage anybody from doing, is working on an industrial estate. It's just drab. It's just a bit depressing, really, when you can't. I've been lucky in the jobs I've done. I was senior, so I wasn't really have anybody monitoring on me. And if I wanted to take lunch and go and sit by the lake and eat my sandwiches, feeding the ducks, I could do things like that. You know what I mean? And it was really nice. I worked for one place where we had a lunch break that was 30 minutes. It was ridiculous. You can't do anything. You can't chill out for 30 minutes. But then the next place was a good hour, and yeah, I would go out and just chill out. You know what I mean? 5 minutes drive to the lake, and just 50 minutes just being able to sit down and relax and enjoy a nice lunch, and it was wonderful. But a lot of people didn't have that. Oh. There we go. So they would just stay on the industrial estate, and it was just like, it's a bit drab, really. Done. Job done. I just much prefer, despite not being, despite playing games on the Xbox and things like that, I'm actually I'm drawn to nature as well. Finally reunited. Don't know how to thank you. What's friends for Sven? Just let me know whenever I can help you out. He's lost his Russian accent, hasn't he? I'll be sure to call you when I have a flat tire again. Oh. Well then. Has he got any more jobs, or are they just like... Oh no, he has got fresh start and things like that. I'm just tempted to see... I'm remembering to buy that DLC at some point. Well, I suppose when I've completed this map. What is there for me to buy? Ugh. I want to keep the tyres in good nick. Oh, that's now equipped. It wasn't equipped to begin with, so interesting. Let's leave this workshop. Oh God. What about stamina and fuel? Yeah, stamina's low, isn't it? Is that... That's handy. There's a bed around there. Okay, so now I've got the super duper engine. A number of times I've pulled out of this garage with a new engine, trying to check it out. So let's see what this is like then. See if it's rapid. On our way back up to Sven. Gotta remember to get some fuel as well at some point. I don't want to put my foot down just yet. Put my foot down here, can't I? On this dual carriageway. Oh my god, that is quick. Yeah, that's definitely quick. Gotta be careful because there's some lights, I think, up here. Wow. Well, at least I've got new tyres as well, so I can brake. It's annoying how it goes straight into reverse. It should make you take your finger off the brake and then place it back on the brake in order to get into reverse gear, rather than just go straight into reverse from braking. Wow, this is quick. Oh shit, £475 fine for checking out my new engine. Christ. Wow. That's life. Oh my god. Fucking hell. It was green when I would cross those lights though. Although that was my excuse. Real life. And I'm still convinced they were green. But I had like a photo show. I didn't dispute it with the people who like fine you. I disputed it with the guy who runs the course. It was like, take a fine and points on your license or go on a course for an hour. I was like, fuck yeah, go on the course for an hour. I somehow managed to wangle a second course, roadblock ahead. And you're only supposed to have gone on one. I don't know how I wangled the second one. Oh, it was in a different county, I think. Yeah, anyway. The course totally changed my attitude towards driving. Which it's not evident in this game, but yeah, it's completely changed my attitude towards driving, which is good. But yeah, I was trying to dispute it and saying, look, the light was green when I went through the lights, because of course I was racing my girlfriend at the time, but you know, I wasn't going to run a red light. I'm not a total fucking callous bastard when it comes to the safety of other road users, do you know what I mean? Like, at all. Anyway, so I was saying, look, you know, it was on a green light, and he was saying, well, it couldn't have been because of the timing of the photos. And I was like, well, it's strange. But like that traffic light, I'm sure that was a green light as I approached it. But the argument is, if you're going, you shouldn't be going at the speed that means that if it goes red, you can't brake safely in time. But it's like, well, but if you're going at the speed limit, then that argument shouldn't apply. You should be allowed to go at the speed limit. Do you know what I mean? So if the speed limit's 40, you should be able to go straight on at 40 and not feel like you have to slam your brakes. But yeah, I think there should be a longer time between lights going amber and then going red or something. I can't remember, what is it? Green, amber and red, then red. Or is it the other way around? Oh, it's something anyway. Okay. Ready for the next job. Lost 750 quid in that time, but you still got a new engine fitted. Yep, I'll be ready for the next job next time. Oh god, it's been a good little session actually. It's been nice and chilled again. It's a shame Spoonface Steinberg didn't work as a little play, and then it's a shame that ended up listening to that Werewolf play, which Wasn't very good, to be fair, so I need to look at that. Fugue State was alright. The Frankfurt School, again, I wish I'd known what that was about and could have perhaps just read a little bit around the subject. But yeah, got a few other bits and bobs to listen to for future truck driving. How long have I been on for? God, I thought I'd been on for 2 hours. I thought this was going to be a brief session. 4 hours. No wonder I'm cramping up and buttocks numb and whatnot. Right, I'm going to kick it and I will catch you another time. Take it easy and thanks for watching.